Okay, if at any point the person speaking on the podium is inaudible, please let us know.
Okay, thank you.
We have only received 21 out of the 32 votes. So people online who joined late from the EBT or the LCR categories, you would have received your emails. Please complete the test code before we begin. Okay, everyone. So we are now live on YouTube, and the sheet that was shared yesterday with the email has been updated with today's link. So if any of those who want to watch it on YouTube, you can use that link. The sheet that was shared yesterday with the 8 different links. In that, there is a link of you. So new credentials have been shared with, for those whose emails was not working. I think it was Ria and Antra. If there was anyone else with the same issue, please let us know. And those who have received the new credentials, please renew. Okay, so we start with plenary day 2. Today's agenda, main agenda is the candidate presentations. So before that, we have a roll call for all the EBTO and the LCRs present. We start with the EBTO. President Dr. Soham Agarwal. Present. VPE Dr. D.R. Rajkumar. VPI Dr. Apoli Borse. VPF Dr. Adarsh Srivastava. Present. VPC Dr. Adarsh Mehta. Present. VPA Dr. Anaga Gaurishetty. VPX Dr. Prasuti Verma. Present. Nora Dr. Partho Saha. Present. Nora Manav Vasa. Present. NPO Dr. Jaina Devani. Present. NPO Madhushriti Mukherjee. Present. Nor Bhimani Nanda. Present. Nor Dr. Sanjana Alagadiman.
Present.
Nomi Dr. Tanya Gupta.
Present.
Nomi Dr. Ashna Kajriya.
Present.
Neo Dr. Akash Dubey.
Present.
Neo Dr. Yash Singhal. Absent. Nomi Dr. Kumar Abhishek. Absent. Only Dr. Antara Moge.
Present.
RD North, Dr. Divyanshu.
Present.
RD South, Dr. Ramya Tangiraya.
Present.
RD East, Prachi Bansal.
Present.
RD West, Dr. Prachi Mehta.
Present.
EPRC, Dr. Mohammad Tashmir Keri.
Present.
The LCRs, Dhruv Goyal.
Present.
Shefali Verma. Shefali Verma. Absent. Tanmay Vivek Lavan.
Present.
Dave Desai. Absent. Shantika Kudwa. Absent. Shruti Saravanam. Absent. Polomi Roy. Absent. Ankana Das Gupta. Absent. The VPS, Prasuti Verma, VP, VR Rajkumar, and Nuri Antara have not completed the voting details, so please do that. While they complete that, we have 24 or 32 members present, so we have achieved quorum. We will now begin with the candidate presentations. Before beginning, just a few general rules for all the candidates who are presenting today. As sent on the email before, you have 2.5 minutes to present your candidature. Now, out of the 2.5 minutes, we'll be showing you different colored signals throughout your presentation to make you aware of how much time has elapsed. So at 1.5 minutes, a green card will be shown to you. For people who are seeing on the podium, it's very simple to see. Paul, can you raise the card? So for the people seeing on the podium, it's pretty simple to see. For people online, could you confirm if you can see the green iPad being raised?
Yes, we can see.
Thank you. So that will be at 1.5 minutes. At 2 minutes, you'll have the yellow card being shown. Is it visible to people online?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you. And at 2.5 minutes, you'll have the red card being shown. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes.
So once the red card is shown, you essentially have 15 seconds to conclude. So ideally, when the red card is shown, the only thing you should have left to say is thank you. Because once the 15 seconds have elapsed, you'll be given no more warnings, and the chair will say thank you, and that will be the end of your speech, irrespective of which part you're at. Okay? Once the speech is over, we'll be taking up to 3 questions from the EBTO members or the LCRs who are present online. Now, it's up to 3, right? So it's not always going to be 3, depends on how many people have raised their hand essentially, but never more than 3, that's for sure. To answer the 3 questions, you'll have 3 minutes. Okay? You're going to have 3 questions first, one after the other, after which your time will start to answer those 3 questions. In between, if you forget a question, you are free to ask the person to repeat the question. But do note that this will go from your time of 3 minutes. Understood? Any questions regarding this, people online or on ground? Yeah, and you can also answer the questions any series. As long as you're clear what you're answering, it's fine. Any questions before we get? Okay. Seeing as there are none, one more thing that we'll be doing this plenary is that when a particular candidature is being presented, for example, if it's the candidatures for RD North, okay, only the person presenting will be allowed in the plenary hall. The other candidatures for RD North will be asked to go outside to another room. This is for people who are on ground. For people who are online, you will be put into a breakout room within the same Zoom link, and you'll be only allowed into the main meeting once your turn has come. Any questions regarding this? People online, any questions? Okay. Yes, there's a question. We expect everyone to be at their ethical best and not watch the live link, but there's only so much the current team can control. The rest is up to the candidates themselves. Any more questions? Okay, seeing as there are none, we will start with the candidature presentations. Okay, there is a motion to open the speakers list. If there is such in the house, raise the hands now. So, how you have been recognized?
Dear officials, delegates, and other people in this plenary room present here. For the next couple of hours, we will be witnessing the candidature presentations for the representatives who will lead our organization for the coming year. Each candidate has invested considerable effort and courage to stand before us and present their visions and plans for the future. It is essential that we show them respect and attention that they deserve. We understand that this plenary can be exhausting and it might be tempting to lose focus on the plan. However, let us not forget that each candidate's ideas, vision, and dedication are essential for shaping the future of our organization. Every candidate deserves an equal chance to present their proposal and make their case. By offering our undivided attention, we can gain a comprehensive understanding of what each candidate brings to the table. This will enable us to make informed decisions about who will lead us in the coming year. Our collective commitment to listening attentively will foster an environment of respect, encouragement, and fairness for all candidates. Together, we can ensure that this process remains inclusive and dignified, upholding the values that our organization stands for. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Let us approach this plenary with an open mind and a keen sense of responsibility to make the best choice for our organization's future.
Thank you. Okay. So that's the end of the speakers list. We'll start with the candidature presentations. The list has been sent on email. We'll start with the regional directors, in particular the regional director North. The candidature, the first candidate was supposed to be by Yash Gupta, but the candidature has been withdrawn. So we will directly go on to the next candidate, that is Razul Pratap.
Now, where do I present?
On the podium.
And the presentation?
It will be played on the screen. You just have to switch on the camera from that laptop. It is not already on. You have to move the laptop screen a little back. You're not visible.
Sliding back.
Yeah, doesn't think of. Is it not movable more? The laptop screen? You know, push it back. Screen, not the laptop. Yeah, like that. If the screen is not coming, then you can move the podium a little bit. It's fine.
Podium too.
Yeah. Yes, if possible, move the podium a little bit behind. And yeah, move the podium a little bit more behind because we can't see the full face. Yeah, it's good now. It's good. Okay, can you just speak one sentence so we can confirm if you're audible online?
Hello, my name is Nathan.
You're speaking in the central mic, not the mic of the laptop. So you have to speak a little louder.
The mic in the center of the room is the only mic we all have. So you have to just speak at your own pace. It will be going through that mic to everyone there online. So make yourself comfortable with that.
Hello, I'm Mridul Uttam.
Can people online confirm if Madhu was audible?
Yes, is audible.
Perfect. Okay, Madhu, when you're ready, let us know. We'll start the time. Ready?
Greetings, EBTO plenary team and all the delegates present here. I'm Mridul Uttam and I feel honored to put forward my candidature for Regional Director North for the term 24-25. Next slide, please. I would like to start by highlighting a few achievements that I have been able to accumulate over the short period of time I've worked with this organization on an official level. As RD Assist, I have conducted more than 20 inductions and activated more than 17 colleges. When it comes to qualitative CV, I have attended over 50 hours of workshop. I've been a part of organizing committee for August Meet 2023, volunteered in the Chile workshop, and part of small working group for MSI external mapping and stakeholder analysis. This NGI I have also facilitated in the capacity building workshop and have been selected to attend the TNT workshop at pre-APRM 2024 Thailand. For me, applying for the position of RD North signifies a progression in my CV journey, a journey that has given me chance to both learn and contribute to an organization that has helped me shape my personal and professional growth. Next slide, please. If elected, my term will stand out with the following initiative. Next slide. I will work with the CRs and LCRs to introduce the general members to the concept of fundamental division in MSAI and encourage them to apply for the same. I will work with the VPCB and VPI to ensure CRs and LCRs are capacitated enough to carry out their duties well. I plan to increase the outreach in North by working on the relatively untapped potential that BDS, physiotherapy, DAMS, and other paramedical courses could present. Not only would this increase the visibility of MSAI as an organization, but will also increase the organization's inclusivity. Next slide, please. In states that have relatively low activity, I plan to work with a bi-pronged approach with induction as a base and ventures like health camps, quizzes, debates, blood donations, and academic activities on a local level, boosting the outreach and promoting MSAI further. Next slide, please. In addition, to make sure that the members in the region are capacitated to work towards the vision of MSAI, I plan to work on conducting regional workshop meet with focus on making it financially sustainable and eco-friendly. Next, please. My working within EBTO will be based on 3 pillars of accountability, efficiency, and transparent communication. Today, I stand on the shoulder of giants and I assure you, if elected, I will work with all my being towards taking another region to unimaginable heights. That's been my thanks. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
That we come to the end of the presentation from Madhu. Now the floor is open. If any of the EBT or the LCRs have questions, if any such in the house, raise the hands.
Please.
Raise the hands after the chair says now, not before. Raise the hands now. Deepik has been selected, Akash has been selected, and Partha has been second in that order. Deepik, you can start.
Okay. This time I have had as the current regional director North, I have had a little trouble working with slightly inactive states like Jammu Kashmir, Haryana, and Uttarakhand. Do you have any plans to make sure that the engagement and registrations in these states are boosted and increase in the coming?
Deepik, Akash.
As RD North, how will you make sure and help the newest to get colleges, MSI active colleges in the North region become Scopy or Scori active colleges? Thank you.
Thank you, Akash. Partha.
How do you plan to increase the outreach for standing committee activities in the northern region?
Thank you, Partha. Nazul, the time for answering the before the time starts. Bahul, just take a note. At 2.5 minutes, please show the red card. At 2.5 minutes, the red card will be shown, after which you'll have 30 seconds to conclude. And at 3 minutes, the chair will say thank you, and that will be the end of the answer. Having said that, Razul, your time to answer starts now.
Okay, so I'll start with answering Deepik's question first. So first and foremost, we'll put emphasis on electing motivated RDS and LOCBs, which I then will help them find contacts via MSI alumni from those inactive states, and then we'll conduct 2 to 3 induction per college over the year, where we'll generate awareness towards differentiating factors of MSI being exchanges and IFMSI exposure, which will also serve towards what Lucas asked, and then towards we'll work towards activating major colleges first in those states that will indirectly influence other colleges around that state. And after conducting the induction, we'll make sure that LOs are, we will motivate the participants to apply for LO positions to ensure peer-to-peer communication about MSCI and more visibility. And not only that, but in inactive colleges, the key will be to host on-ground activities and academic activities so that the outreach of MSCI can increase in those states and there will be more visibility on the focus area of all the SCs. And then regarding Partho's question, for increasing the visibility of SCs, we'll try to, whenever we are conducting induction, we'll motivate all the participants to apply for the LO position. And if their registration mails are being delayed, we'll also help contacting BPI to fast forward those registration mails so that more and more people can apply in time during the registration calls when the registration calls are open. And if by chance any SC doesn't have an LO in a particular college, we'll make sure that LOCB can, through that form, can conduct those particular activities and also motivate the students in those colleges to not only participate but also organize activities through DAP forms. And regarding there should be an emphasis on academic activities through which we can outreach to more students, and through those activities like quizzes and debates, we can do advocacy about that particular topic. So, thank you.
Thank you, Brother. With that, the candidature presentation comes to an end. Thank you for the candidature. We will now move on to the RD candidates. We only have one, Sai Snigdha Mohanty. Can the candidate please approach the podium? Can you check if the camera is all right? The laptop? Yeah, it's good. Can you speak one sentence just to be assured that you're audible?
Good evening.
And participants online confirm that Sai is audible.
Audible.
Thank you. Okay. Let us know when you're ready. The timer will start. The timer has started.
Good evening, everyone. I am Sai Snigdha Mohanty and I'm here to present my candidature for Regional Director East. To start with, a little about me. Next slide, please. I'm currently an intern at FKCG Medical College, Barampur. I'm a driven and optimistic individual who is always open to new ideas and loves having my views challenged. I am an empathetic leader who works great in teams. Next slide, please. Moving on to my experience with MSAI, I started my journey as a LORA. I currently serve as the RD assist for Odisha. One of my most cherished memories of MSAI will always be having contributed to NWM Sikkim as workshops head. I have also had the opportunity to work with the external affairs team as a member of the stakeholder mapping and analysis SWG. Next slide. Auto-wise implementation of my plan of action includes the first 3 months being mostly dedicated to building a motivated and robust RT. The second quarter will include aggressive inductions and activity promotion. The third quarter, coinciding with the exam season, will revolve around sustaining activity in active colleges. Finally, we will end with a round of inductions and proper handover to the next term. Next slide, please. Regarding the state-wise plans, I intend to work with RDAs and LOCBs to curate state-specific and college-specific plans according to the roadblocks encountered. Next slide, please. Regarding the EBTO coordination, I intend to attend all EBTO meetings, plenaries, and OLMs. I intend to keep the EBTO in loop and maintain active communication. Take inputs from EBTO regarding management of the region. With the support of EBTO, organize an NWM or NGA. Regarding the East Regional team, appoint
Excuses for interrupting, but the podium is on mute, so we couldn't hear the last part.
Candidates can take their laptops and their phones if they want to from the podium, but then considering there's already a laptop on the podium, it's up to you how you want to manage. Okay, sorry for that technical difficulty. I think the main account has been logged in. Can people online once again confirm that you're audible?
Audible.
Okay. So for those because we logged out, for those who didn't see, Sai had completed our presentation, and we have now move on to the Q&A round. So we'll be taking 3 questions for the question and answer round. If there are any such in the house, raise the hands now. Prachi Mehta, Prachi Bansal, and Adarsh Srivastava have been selected. We'll be going in that order. So Prachi, you can state your question.
Hello, Sai Snigdha. This is Prachi. I wanted to ask you, how do you plan to increase the trainers pool in the East? And considering that NWM 2023 happened in Sikkim, and we have quite a bunch of new trainers and new participants from that region, how do you plan to incorporate those into conducting more workshops in the East region?
Prachi Bansal.
What do you plan to increase memberships from states which have recently become inactive, like Meghalaya?
Thank you. Adarsh Srivastava.
What are your plans on increasing memberships from the states such as West Bengal and Bihar, particularly keeping in mind that CRs are elected from these particular states? And for quality of applications to come from these states, we need more memberships from the state.
Thank you, Adarsh. I hope all the questions have been noted. The time to answer them starts now.
So Prachi, regarding the trainers pool, the NWM Sikkim has been a huge success, and we have noticed that after NWM, A lot of the LOs have taken up more number of activities to be conducted in their regions. I believe with more promotion of activities and with the cooperation of all the SCs and between the RT team, I will be looking forward to holding meetings with all the standing committees so that they can explain their part better, and we will continue to capacitate the trainers. Prachi, regarding your question, for previously active states that have now become inactive, I plan on reaching out to the existing members and the alumni and orienting them back to MSI. Also, as noticed, the activity-based standing committees have a greater role, like their activities have a greater role in bringing more members to the organization. So I'll be promoting the standing committee's activities aggressively. Regarding Adarsh's question, West Bengal and Bihar have been historically very inactive due to the presence of other organizations as well. So I'll try to distinguish MSCI from those organizations. I'll put forward how MSCI is doing much better work and how they'll be benefited through this. The number of external opportunities that MSCI provides is much better. So I'll bring forth that. Also, I have in mind a few people that I personally will contact regarding the activation of these states. Thank you. I hope I've answered all your questions.
Thank you, Sai. With that, we come to the end of candidate presentation for RD. Not really, because this computer was joining and all the people are still present as they were. Because the other laptops were still connected. The vice chair's laptop, the chair's laptop, which is the main account. Yeah, this is the same thing. Only we logged out because of some technical glitch, but everyone else was still logged.
We have the same number of.
Yeah, the planning team took care of that once we joined. Thank you. Three questions only. You're not even if time is left, you're not extending. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we come to the end of candidate presentation for RD South. Thank you, Sai. We will now be moving on to the presentation for RD West. Bushra Khan, can you please approach the podium? Can you check the camera and the mic once?
Hello, am I audible?
Someone online, please confirm.
Yes, audible.
Perfect. Let us know when you're ready. We'll start the presentation. Ready? Timer has started.
Good evening, respected EBDO members, LCR, and the plenary team. I am Bushra Khan, and I'm extremely delighted as I stand before you all to present my candidature for Regional Director West 24-25. I started my journey in MSCI in the first year of my college as a Scora agent. Next slide. And now I'm here standing before you all passionate about capacity building. Next slide, please. In these 3 years, I've seen the ability MSCI possesses to create a change.
I'm sorry, Bushra. You're actually receiving messages online that the audio is not going through.
No, it was for Sai, not for Bushra. Please continue.
Please continue. Yeah. Yeah, the timer will stop. We'll be adding 5 seconds. Yes, you will continue.
In these 3 years, I've seen the ability MSCI possesses to create a change. When I realized the truest potential of our organization, I was motivated to have those minds on board who were willing to create a change. Next slide, please. Without much further ado, I would like to tell you all about my plan of action. The West is an extremely active region, and we have with us a diamond mine. The deeper we go, the more diamonds we find. Next slide, please. My plan of action for Maharashtra and Gujarat would include these are the 2 most active states to appoint 2 RDAs each to ensure retention of MSCI activities. For Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, to improve member engagement, support for local activities, and collaboration with regional organizations. For Goa, 1 RDA along with retention of MSCI activity. Next slide, please. My coordination with the regional team would include to look after the training, selection, and monitoring of the backbone of CB, the LOCPs, on ground. Improvement of communication channels between the RDAs and the LOCBs, adequate and timely conduction of induction sessions, Enlighten members regarding LCRs and CRs, proposal to host wonderful NGAs and events like these and have national CV workshops incorporated in them. Next slide, please. Improve the involvement of central institutions, a monthly report of member participation and involvement to promote opportunities for local activities, promote initiatives like donation drives and healthcare camps, collaborate with regional organizations and respond to queries raised by members. Next slide, please. My key initiatives are to have a yearly membership drive. Yes, I do agree with the fact that we have our memberships all year round, but having a month specially designated to boost our memberships. The cumulative MSI brochure, which would be in collaboration with the external affairs team, to have a brochure that includes important statistical data for the external representation of MSI. Improvement of member engagement. Students do take memberships, but are they getting ample of opportunities to utilize the benefits for the same? Next slide, please. Apart from this,
Thank you. That's the end of the time. Thank you. The floor is now open for questions from the EBTO members and the LCRs. If any such in the house, before we start that, Prachi, is your hand raised from before? Is it for this round?
No, I raised it right now. My apologies for being a little too quick.
Yes, so can you, thank you. Okay, so the floor is now open for questions. If any such in the house, raise the hands now. So Prachi Mehta, General Devani, and Soham have been ready. Prachi, you can start.
Okay. Hello, Bushra. So my first question to you would be, how do you plan to involve stakeholder engagement and local workshop collaborations in order to increase memberships in the West? Because as we already know, Gujarat and Maharashtra are already highly active, but states like Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh do need a little bit more of a push. And I personally feel in my term that local workshops have been the biggest catalysts for increased membership and engagement of MSI. So what would your future plans for that be?
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you for your candidature presentation. My question is, how will you mitigate MSI's unique standing and ensure strong representation in the West region in view of other medical student organizations that coexist?
Thank you, Janet. Soham?
Thank you, Krishna. So how would you promote IFMSA opportunities within the West region?
Thank you. The time for answering starts now.
I would like to answer Prachi's question first regarding stakeholders in Rajasthan and MP. I do agree with the fact that we are very strong in the West region, but we do lack some representation in MP and Rajasthan, and the more focus, and we would like to focus more by providing local activities and also donation drives that I have also mentioned in my plan of action, which would mainly focus on the issues that are more prevalent in these areas. So by tackling these problems that are there, we can promote more activities and the involvement of standing committees in already existing the standing committees that are already existing in the colleges. We would like to give them a boost and to empower them more to shine out brighter in a better way. Answering Janel's question regarding other medical associations that are present in the region. MSCI works in a more organized way, in a more standard way, and that is the only thing that makes us stand apart. The kind of opportunities that we are providing, the external opportunities, the opportunities for exchanges are one of the best opportunities that we provide comparing with the other organizations. So while our LOCBs are trying to promote our organization, are trying to tell about the organization, we will keep into consideration all of these points. And answering Sohan's question regarding improving IFMSA exposure, like I said, there will be an aggressive induction sessions and strong promotion of the standing committees that we have already, or in those colleges as well where we are not having those standing committees. We would find point of contacts and motivated individuals who are willing to work for the organization, and thus we will be able to communicate or tell about our stand in IFMSA or our stand in India as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Bushra. With that, we come to the end of the question and answer round. That's the end of the presentation for RD Best. Prachi, could you please lower your hand before we move on?
Apologies.
That's okay. Thank you. Next, we have the presentation for RD South, Dr. Chirag L. Sagar. Can you approach the podium? And he check the camera and the mic. Camera is good. Can you check the mic?
Am I audible?
Mic of the podium laptop. Just put that on mute. Just speak. You check the mic in the center.
Good evening. Am I audible?
Can someone confirm?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you. Let us know when you're ready, Chirag. We'll start the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Ready? Yes, this is Plenary for a second. Okay, Chirag, your time starts now.
Good evening.
Apologies, there's a point of order. He did it before we start, yes. No. Right, order. Yeah, but you don't have a presentation and the candidate. That's not a candidate, an application. Question was raised if a candidate. No, there is an application. It's not been valid. You can't be considered a candidate. If there is no voting on the person, how can you be a candidate? So that's an application. That's what I'm saying. If the question was, is there another application, then yes, there is another application. If the question is there another candidate, then no, there's no other candidate. Thank you. So, Chirag, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, the timer has started. Chirag, will continue.
Good evening to one and all present here. Dearest EBTO members, it is with great pleasure and pride that I stand before you to present my candidature for the Regional Director South for the term 2024-2025. So, having been an MSCI member since 2022, I've witnessed a lot of growth in me, right from being a local officer of research exchanges to being the regional director SS for Karnataka today. I've seen a lot of growth in me, and I hope to continue the same within me. And this is the reason why I always make sure that I find the right opportunity and ensure that I leave no stone unturned in improving myself. So, what I believe personally is advocating for changes in global healthcare and medical curriculum is what I am deeply interested in, and I really want to continue this in the future. So, I feel this is the right time for me to advocate for all of these wherever I'm interested in. Following the motto of my life, that is onwards and upwards, no looking back. Joining MSCI has been the best decision until date, and I will always be indebted for this. Next slide, please. Next. Coming to the plan of action, that is the state-wise plan of action. So, coming to the state of Karnataka, that is, I would really want to encourage new members to take up local officer position in every standing committee in both active and inactive colleges. Coming to the states of Kerala and Pondicherry, conduct induction sessions regularly and ensure good MSCI engagement. In this term, we've seen a lot of people join from these states, and the same thing applies for the new registrations in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. We've got a few registrations from the same for this term. So, communication with the EPTO, that is keep the president on loop on all the activities that is happening, and coordinating with the VPCB for more CB activities and ensure CB 101 workshop to be done for this term, and also engage in coordinating with the VPI.
Thank you, Chirag. That's the end of the time allotted. We'll now move on to the question and answer round. Is there any such in the house? Just give us a minute. We'll have to open all the chats as well. Line by line questions. Yeah, Ramesh, you can put the hand down for now. Once the chair asks for it, you can. Okay, so now we'll move on to the question and answer round. If there's anyone in the house, raise the hands now. Ramya has been selected. Adarsh Neta has been selected, and Riya Rajkumar has been selected. We'll go in that order. So Ramya, you can start.
Hi, Chirag. First of all the best for your candidature. And my question to you would be, what are the two states in the southern region you believe require much capacitation in comparing to the other states of the region? And specific to those two states, what are your plan of action in regards to those?
Adarsh Neta.
Thank you for your presentation, Chirag. My question to you is, South as a region has been very active, and we have seen a slight decline in its engagement memberships. My question to you is, apart from getting more LOCBs and RDAs, and also, having more induction sessions in the region, we've also seen that we have 16 new colleges that have come up in the South in the past 2 years. What are your plans apart from these to increase the member engagement overall in the Southern region?
Thank you so much, Chirag, for your presentation. My question would be, so the Southern region has seen exponential growth in the past few years. We've had a lot of members who are interested, but there is still a lot of resistance from the college administration faculties to support our members to represent MSCI. So how do you plan to tackle that challenge?
Thank you for the questions. Chirag, your time starts.
So I'll be answering Ramya's question. So what we've seen in the last term is the states of Kerala and Andaman and Nicobar Islands have been inactive, and there are no much registrations from these two states. So even though we have RDAs and LOCPs in that particular state, this time we'll ensure inductions are conducted regularly, and more standing committee opportunities and CB workshops are promoted in a way such that the students who are interested can always apply for the workshop. And we also are planning to increase the amount of activities that are conducted in Tamil Nadu, since there are active colleges and students who are really interested. So we'll mainly focus on these three states for now to increase the activity outreach. So coming to others' question. So as you mentioned that even though we have LOCPs and new colleges have come up, what I would plan to do for this term is first of all, find out whether the existing members have contacts in those particular colleges, and if in case they're interested, we can guide them right from the start, and we can always encourage them to take up local officer posts. Coming to Riya's question, I truly believe that South has seen an exponential growth. So this term, what I would feel I would do is we could encourage more of the interested students to actively engage in all the workshops happening, be it the NGA or the NWM. And I've seen quite a few people who are interested to take up IFMC workshops as well. So we'll guide them right from the start so that they don't miss out on it.
Thank you welcome to PM the presentation for RD South. Thank you. Could you please remove the raised hands? Sanjana, is there a question that you have?
No, sorry, not a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead. If you have a question, go ahead. Oh, it's not a question? Or you just clap it? Sorry.
Can you please lower your hand?
Just for the benefit of minute takers, the chair believes that your single Neo has joined first. The attendance can be right. Of course, requested for a roll call. So we'll be starting with the roll call of the video and the LCRs. Once the minute takers are ready, please let us know. Okay, so we'll be starting with the roll call. President Dr. Soham Agarwal. VP Dr. D.R. Rajkumar. Present. VP Dr. Abul Khorse. Present. VP Dr. Adarsh Srivastava. Present. VP Dr. Alaka Gaurikati. VP Dr. Adarsh Mehta. Present. VP Dr. Vasanthi Verma. Present. Mora Dr. Partho Saha. Present. Mora Madhav Vasa. Present. VP Dr. Jenu Devani. Present. VP Dr. Jyoti Mukherjee. Present. Nor Bhimani Nanda. Present. Nor Dr. Sunil Nagariman.
Present.
Bhumi Dr. Tanya Gupta. Present. Bhumi Dr. Ashna Gatria. Near Dr. Akash Dubey. Near Dr. Yash Singh.
Present.
Bhumi Dr. Kumar Abhishek. Absent. Bhumi Dr. Antara Moge.
Present.
RD North Dr. Deepik Divyanshu. Present. RD South Dr. Ramya Tangirala.
Present.
RD East Prachi Bansal. Present. RD West Dr. Prachi Mehta.
Present.
DPSC Dr. Mohammad Rashid. Present. The LCRs. LCR for West Bengal, Paulami Roy. Absent. LCR for Bihar, Anjana Das Gupta. Absent. LCR for Maharashtra, Tanmay Vivek Ravan.
Present.
LCR for Gujarat, Dev Desai. Absent. LCR for Karnataka, Shantika Kulwa. Absent. LCR for Tamil Nadu, Shruti Saravanam. Absent. LCR for Delhi, Haryana and Chandigarh, Dhruv Goyal. Present. LCR for Uttar Pradesh, Shefali Verma. Is Shefali Verma on the call? Shefali, if you're on the call, will you please send a message if you can't unmute yourself? Shefali will not have. With that, we have 25 present out of 32, so we have achieved quorum, and we will continue with the candidature presentations. The regional director, the question. Yeah.
The order of candidature presentation has not been shared with
Share a meeting. Will be shared. The order is being set. We'll just start with the proceedings to the next one. We'll be moving on to the Standing Committee National Officers. We'll start with Standing Committee on Public Health. We have 3 candidates. The first presenter will be Aradhana Vakila. So, and I believe she is presenting online. So, 2 of the candidates, Shambhavi Verma and Azhar Afzal Khan. If you're present, please raise your hands. both of them are present. Thank you. Can you please stand up? One of our volunteers will escort you up to the other. Do we have Jashan or Kabir here? Jashan or Kabir? Can you escort them outside, please? To the common room? Thank you. Rajna, are you ready to present?
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and visible. Can you see the iPad? Rahul, can you just check once? Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Perfect. Let us know when you're ready. We'll start the presentation.
Good to go.
Okay. Aradhana, your time for presentation starts now.
A very good evening to one and all present here. Today, I, Aradhana Vaghela, take great pride and privilege in presenting my candidature for the position of National Public Health Officer, term 24-25. Can we have the next slide, please? A little bit about me. I joined MSCI in 2021. It's been 3 years. There's been no looking back. I've served as an LPO, NPOGA, and an AMR unit member. In addition to this, I've had the privilege of being part at IFMSA of the AP Academy SCOF sessions, 3 policy SWGs, 2 long-running SWGs. I've been an OC member for the AM23, and I will be attending the Youth Pre-WHA this year as a delegate in Geneva. Next slide, please. This year, we will be attaining the vision and the mission through the motto of Global Vision Through Local Action. Can we have the next slide, please? For the plan of action, the major focus areas, next slide, please. The major focus areas for this term include environmental health, non-communicable diseases, and mental health, with the minor areas being UHC and CDs. Next slide, please. From the plethora of activities that I do have in mind, the major ones for these 3 major focus areas include: 1, an activity on decreasing the carbon footprint, plastic consumption, and waste generation in the day-to-day lives of medical students and local public health officers and general members especially. Second, an activity targeting residential communities, the higher socioeconomic status specifically, to increase the awareness of lifestyle diseases and promote the implementation of fitness goals. And next slide, please. A third activity on mental health, where we will be engaging and approaching adolescents in the community. For UHC and non-communicable diseases, I wish to explore telemedicine and digital health in primary healthcare, an activity on vaccination awareness in the lower socioeconomic strata, and another activity possibly for the lower socioeconomic strata to decrease the transmission of waterborne diseases. Next slide, please. Next slide again. After building a robust team, I wish to conduct a number of intercommittee collaborations, as I believe that this is sort of a focus area of interdisciplinary action. I look forward to conducting a webinar on mental health with SCORA, health diplomacy and humanitarian medicine with SCOP, an online workshop on One Health in AMR with the AMR unit, telemedicine and digital health with SCOMI, and continuing the ongoing collaborations with SCOPI and SCORI. Can we have the next slide, please? For increasing the visibility, I wish to conduct Instagram campaigns and launch initiatives in alignment with the United Nations Health Days, and also increase the collaborations with other parallel organizations. And for capacity building, I look forward towards, apart from SWGs, workshops, and SIGs, I wish to conduct small little monthly sessions on skills like policy making and advocacy, while also engaging in regular activities on team building. Thank you.
That's the end of your time.
Thank you so much.
Question and answer round. Is there any such in the house? Raise the hands now. We have Tanya, Mathushri Mukherjee, and Deepak. We'll go in that order. Aradhana, if you are not able to hear a question, please let us know at that moment itself. Thank you. Tanya, you can start.
Thank you, Aradhana. My question is, you mentioned about digital health and telemedicine in collaboration with SCOMI. So can you elaborate on that?
Thank you, Tanya. Madhu?
Thank you, Aradhana, for your presentation. My question to you would be, how will you incorporate the Global Health Education Track CD sessions into the SCOF POA for the next term?
Thank you. Deepak?
Thank you for your presentation, Aradhana. Since you mentioned environmental health in your presentation, I wanted to know, do you have any plans to ensure that the carbon footprint of our on-ground activities like NGN and WM reduce in the coming future, and we can move towards a future where our offline activities are carbon?
Thank you for the question. Aradhana, your time to answer starts now.
Thank you very much for the question. To address just one small query, there is some sort of echo. If somebody else has started a device, there's a lot of echo. I can't hear a lot of what people are saying.
We'll just sort it out. We'll stop the timer. Can one of the volunteers go and mute the mic on the podium? Aradhana, is it better now?
It's better now. Yes.
Aradhana, your time to answer starts now.
Now, addressing Dr. Tanya's question first, incorporation of digital health, we understand that digital health has typically been restricted to SCOMI as a committee, but here I wish to bring in the component of primary healthcare, because what we tend to lose out on, especially when it comes, this is something that I've also learned through the GHE sessions, when it comes to universal health coverage, we are not really integrating technology as much as we can. And I believe that through this collaboration, I want to focus more on the incorporation of digital health to solve problems at the level of primary healthcare. And coming to the second question that has been raised by Madhu, I hope that answers your question, Tanya. Second question by Madhu about how I wish to incorporate the GHE session track learning that I have been doing since the past few days as part of the GHE track at the PWJ. We've already included a collaboration with SCORP on humanitarian medicine and conflict and health diplomacy. I wish to explore this more. This has already been mentioned in the plan of action. And hopefully, if this is tenable to the working committees, then I wish to explore this further and make this an actual activity or a webinar or an event, something like that. I hope that answers your question. And to address what Deepat has raised, environmental sustainability is one of my, it is a niche where I have been working since a very long time. I'm so glad that you raised this question, because as part of the environmental, one of the long-running SWGs that I'm part of is on environmental sustainability at IFMSA. And through this, I hope to not just use the toolkits that I have access to in the implementation at the IFMSA level, but I also wish to incorporate it at the MSCI level itself. And again, how to monitor carbon footprints. We also have a number of toolkits that have already been released on how to make workshops and conferences in student organizations more climate friendly and more environmental friendly, and how to decrease their carbon footprint. And this is something, again, which I hope to reintroduce this year on a war footing, if possible, because climate change is very high on my list of agendas and priorities. I hope that addresses all of your questions, and I believe if there are any more, I don't think so.
There will be no more questions. Thank you for your
Thank you
answer.
so much. Thank you so much.
I now request Justin to bring in Shambhavi Verma, who will be the second. Shambhavi Verma, who will be the second presenter. Shambhavi, kindly approach the podium, check the camera and the mic. Don't turn on the mic of the laptop, just speak. Camera is okay. Can you check the mic?
Could someone please confirm if I'm audible?
Can someone online confirm if Shambhavi is audible?
Audible.
Thank you, Aradhana. Shambhavi, let us know when you're ready. Please start the presentation. Ready? The timer has started.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shambhavi Verma, a final year MBBS student at Lady Harding Medical College, and I'm honored to be presenting my candidature for the position of National Public Health Officer for the term 2024-25. Next slide, please. I'm grateful to have been part of MSCI, first as a general member who enthusiastically organized events, to the terms I've worked as NPOPRCA and local public health officer. SCOF has given me countless opportunities to explore the world of public health, from community outreach as part of national campaigns to delivering workshops at NWM and NGA. These interactions have reaffirmed my faith that public health truly does save lives. Next slide, please. My plan of action for the term rests on 9 pillars, as you can see here. Next slide. The first involves impactful activities and campaigns on defined focus areas. I look forward to continuing previous campaigns whilst bringing in newer ideas, such as nutritional awareness for tuberculosis patients and mental health associations in chronic disease. Next slide, please. These activities would maintain SCOF's grassroots level approach with innovative methodologies, and I would ensure that monitoring, enrollment, and evaluation are conducted properly. Next slide, please. I aim to continue and improve CB efforts within the organization and curate workshops on SCOF focus areas. Next, please. Creating collaborations both within the organization in consultation with other EBTO members and externally by coordinating with the VPE is a priority area. Next, please. With my varied experience in SC and OC positions, I'm well versed with the team management responsibilities that this role requires, and I'm confident in my abilities to fulfill them effectively through open communication, transparency, and planning. Next, advocacy is a core component, and I intend to strengthen existing SCOF policies and improve advocacy efforts, specifically towards global surgery. Next, please. This position brings with it many official duties in both MSCI and IFMSA, and I would be discharging these responsibilities diligently. Next, please. Improving member engagement will be a priority area, and I'm committed to continuing efforts to improve involvement of general members and local officers. Next, please. I'd like to maintain visibility of both the SC and MSCI in various spheres. Next slide, please. And to conclude, I would like to assure you that my tenacity, diligence, and passion for public health will shine through with every step that the SC takes in the future. Thank you for considering my candidature.
Thank you, Shambhavi. The floor is now open for any questions. If any questions in the house, raise the hands now. We have Jainil, we have Ashna, and we have Himani. In that order, Jainil, you can start.
Thank you so much for candidature, Shambhavi. My question is, you've mentioned coordinating with the VPE to maintain collaborations such as IPSM, Grid Council, etc. Could you please elaborate on the plans that you have for these specific or any other public health organizations in the country?
Thank you. Ashna?
Thank you so much for your candidature, Shambhavi. My question for you is, you have previously held a PRCSS position, which does not have a lot of administrative duties. So how do you think you can manage the NPO position, because it involves a lot of administrative duties as well?
Thank you, Ashna. Himani?
What are your plans about conducting the SCOF exchange that has been mentioned?
Mani, can you please repeat so that many takers are able to hear you?
What are your plans about conducting the SCOF exchange that has been mentioned in your candidature?
Thank you, Himani. The time to answer your questions, Shambhavi, starts now.
So thank you for your insightful questions. I'd like to answer them in a chronological order. Starting with the question about collaborations with the VPE, in consultation with the VPE, considering organizations such as IAPSM and GRID. In the past, we've launched activities such as Project Redefine, which focus on curriculum changes and bringing in changes in the way that public health is taught in India. These are some of the, this is particularly one of the focus areas which I'd like to work on, especially using IPSM and collaborating with the RDs to bring in more regional and locally specific activities that would improve public health visibility in within the organization and outside of the organization. Coming to the second question with respect to my PRC experience, I've had the opportunity, and I cherish it thoroughly, to work on developing communication material and designing campaigns on PH issues. However, throughout the year and throughout my term as PRCA, I've taken initiatives to gain exposure to both the developmental and administrative sides of the committee. With the support of my national officers, I've worked in activity management, CB, external affairs, and I also have the MSCI and IFMSA experience, personal experience as well, and I'm confident in discharging my responsibilities. Particularly regarding SCOFEX, the third question. This would be conducted with with support of the VPE, the exchanges teams, both for GAP and for FEX, and with the support of the regional teams in the SCOF IT. I understand there have been issues in the past, but I would look forward to reactivating this, specifically in regions and cities which are very public health oriented and have public health issues. I would like to focus this on improving local, local and rural exposure. So particularly going into the rural aspects of public health and primary healthcare systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shambhavi, for your presentation. With that, we come to the end of the question and answer round. I request Joshua to bring in the next candidate, Azhar Abdul Khan. Kindly approach the podium, check the mic and the camera. Don't turn on the mic of the laptop, just speak. You confirm it's over.
Hi, my name is Azhar Khan. Am I audible? The battery is low, so it's gonna run out of.
How much is the battery?
7%.
What's the further? I believe the other candidate which is present on the supposed to put for
No, it's only if it's before the presentation, not after the presentation. Thank you. Can the volunteer please connect the battery to the laptop? The panel is ready. Till then, can someone confirm if Azhar was audible? Can you see one more sentence?
Hi, my name is Azhar. Am I audible?
Can someone online confirm if that is also audible?
Yes, audible.
Thank you. The laptop charging now? Okay. Azhar, when you're ready, let us know. We'll start the presentation.
Yeah, I'm ready. Good evening.
No, wait. Just a minute. Yes, sir. Your time starts now.
Good evening, dear MSI family. I'm Dr. Azhar Khan, an intern from KJ Somaiya Medical College, Mumbai. And today, I'm going to present my candidature for the position of National Public Health Officer 2024-25. Next slide, please. I joined MSI 2 years back as a medical student, energetic, motivated, in the hope of creating a difference in the lives of the people by conducting activities and campaigns. My inclination towards COF grew when I first attended the PPHD workshop and graduated as a public health trainer. From being a local public health officer last year till serving as the NPO Development Assist this year, the journey has been a memorable experience from conducting activities to learning about the process of making one. Next slide, please. My plan of action would be based on 4 main pillars. First, the first pillar involves campaigns and newer initiatives. I would like to emphasize on focus areas associated with diabetes and hypertension in younger individuals. I would also like to emphasize on the aspect of environment and health, focusing on long-term effects of climate change on human health. The second pillar is based on capacity building. I would like to emphasize on capacity building workshops on important focus areas of public health and also develop new modules for workshops in upcoming NWM and NGA. Next slide, please. The third pillar is based on collaboration with other standing committees. I would like to collaborate with the Standing Committee of Human Rights and Peace to focus on spreading awareness for equitable access to healthcare and develop public health policies for vulnerable populations. I would also collaborate with the Bioethics Unit to ensure the public health efforts are not only effective, but ethically grounded and socially just. The fourth pillar is based on the advocacy campaigns and policy making, which is an essential part of SCOP to advocate on important matters such as achieving universal health coverage with access to health care in remote areas in India. Next slide, please. Next slide. To conclude, my plan of action aims to establish effective communication channels within SCOF, promote capacity building, and increase the engagement of members conducting activities. If elected, I hope to serve this organization in my role as a National Public Health Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Azhar, for your presentation. The floor is now open for any questions that EBT or the LCR might have. Any such in the house? Raise the hands. Now, we have Jainil, we have Riya, and we have Akash who have been recognized. So we'll go in that order. We'll just wait for the slide to be presented. Just to prepare 5 seconds. Jainil, you may start with the question.
Thank you so much, Azhar, for your presentation. Can you please elaborate on your plans in team building for the SCOF National and Support Team, including but not limited to promoting a sense of community and encouraging both participation and engagement?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Could you repeat the question?
Can you please elaborate on your plans on team building for the SCOF National and Support Team, including promoting a sense of community and encouraging participation and engagement?
Riya?
Thank you so much, Azhar, for your presentation. My question is, public health as such is a very important domain, and within India, we have a lot of institutes offering public health as a course as a fellowship. We have one of the institutes providing public health course that has been recognized internationally. How, as an organization, as a student organization, we can collaborate with it? Do you have any ideas or plans that we can do that SCOF would be interested in next term?
Thank you, Riya. Akash?
Hello, Azhar. You have mentioned in your candidature that regarding SCOF exchanges to collaborate with other standing committees and launching a CV SARI session. Can you elaborate more on that? And also, can I know your plan? How will you activate PHX colleges?
Thank you, Akash. Azhar, your time to answer the question starts now.
Thank you for your questions. I would be answering the questions in the same order. So, Jainil, to answer your question, so in SCOF, team building is really important. And I feel that we can have a lot of the regional directors, we can collaborate with the regional directors to ensure that there is more inductions in colleges happening, and there are local officers being elected for that particular position. Along with that, we can also have workshops within colleges wherein there can be the colleges, the students present in the college can attend those workshops and then gain an insight on what MSCI is offering in terms of the standing committee. And then from there, we can proceed on having them as local officers or in the standing committee. To answer Riya's question, so the IFMSA, since you mentioned that there are a lot of organizations which are having, the SCOF, the public health part, since our organization is associated with the IFMSA, I believe that we stand in a unique position compared to the other organizations in offering the opportunities for our members so that they can flourish in their personal lives and their professional lives in terms of the public health opportunities which we give to our members of the MSCI. Along with that, if it's possible, we can also have workshops more frequently conducted by IFMSA certified trainers in order to ensure that the transparency is maintained, and the workshops which we are conducting are facilitated by those trainers which already have the experience of training those sessions and have attended those sessions. Coming to Akash's question on public health exchanges, so at this point, we can collaborate. There are also IFMSA exchanges which are happening in currently and which are going on at this moment. We can promote those exchanges by opening the position for local exchange officers in those colleges where the positions are empty. As there are some positions in some colleges which are still empty, so we can still promote the positions so that the people can apply for that position and then they can again go for those exchange programs. And that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Azhar. With that, we come to the end of the question and answer round. You can take your seat. We will now be moving on to the standing committee on reproductive health. We're waiting for Shambhavi to come back. I believe she had left the room because there was a misunderstanding of whether she can stay in the room or not. So you won't wait for her, but someone can just call her back. It's fine. We'll start with the next candidate for NORA, that is Yashika Bharti. Which please approach the podium. And Amish will have to leave the room. So, Kabir, can you please escort Amish to the common room? Yashika, kindly check the mic and the camera.
Good evening, everyone.
Don't unmute the mic on the podium laptop. Yeah, can you check the mic now? Just speak, just speak.
Good evening, everyone.
Online confirm if she's audible.
Yes,
she's audible.
Thank you so much. Yashika, once you're ready, let us know. We'll start. Ready? Okay, your time has started.
Good evening, one and all. I'm Yashika Bharti, she/her, a third-year medical student from Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital, Delhi, currently serving as National Officer Development Assist for SCORA, and I'm honored to apply for the position of National Officer on Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, including HIV and AIDS 2024-25. Next, please. As an SRHR advocate, I am deeply committed to creating a safe, non-judgmental, and inclusive space for all. Next, please. Through my journey in MSCI, from being a LAURA to NORA DA, my understanding of the organization has deepened while concurrently refining my skill set. Next, please. If elected, my plan of action has been carefully devised with the emphasis on SCORA focus areas, majorly gender-based violence, comprehensive sexual education, HIV and other STIs, and minorly on sexuality and gender identity, and maternal health and access to safe abortions. Next, please. Agendas such as violence against sex workers, menopause, sexually transmitted infections will be extensively discussed by various methodologies under the supervision of VPA, collaborating with VPE whenever necessary. Collaborations with other standing committees on shared focus areas will promote member engagement and increase impact. I will work on developing activities aligned with sustainable development goals and implement quarterly evaluation, emphasizing feedback from event coordinators. Next, please. With the guidance of VPX, S6024 will be proposed. Transparency will be maintained with the President. VPX and collaborations with regional assistants will be explored for possible projects. Next, please. Members will be encouraged to organize local activity and participate in various IFMSC training events and other SXC opportunities. I will work towards increased member engagement with the support of DPRC needy members by creating social media challenges highlighting upcoming SCORA agendas. Next, please. Lastly, if elected with my co-NO, we will ensure an equal division of work with weekly evaluation prioritizing the mental health of the national team, monthly OLMs, and various capacity building events with the guidance of VPCB will promote teamwork and bonding. Next, please. Thank you for considering my application.
Thank you, Yashika. The floor is now open for any questions. If any such in the house, raise the hands. Now, Anaga, Soham, and Partho have been recognized. We'll go in that order. Anaga, please start.
Thank you for your presentation, Yashika. So considering there was no SXC which was conducted in the last 2 terms and you've not been a part of one, how would you understand the work and the responsibility of a national coordinator for the SCORA exchange?
Thank you, Anaga. Soham.
My question is, how will you ensure sustainability in the activities or the projects that you will be launching as a SCORA?
Thank you so much. Partho.
What are the new initiatives that you will bring and what are the new things that you will bring for MSI?
Thank you, Partho. Yashika, your time. Just a minute. Will take a minute to repeat the question. Yashika, your time to answer starts now.
Thank you so much for all your questions. To first start with Partho's question. In MSCI, there are various methodologies and initiatives which are already being used. But to bring new initiatives, I would encourage increased number of inter-NMO collaborations and in new methodologies, quizzes, podcasts, small working groups, and other methodologies like Nukkad Natak, street play can also be included so that the message can be spread to the population more. Thank you. For now, coming to Anaga's question, thank you for your question, Anaga. as I've been a local volunteer in the SXC that was held in Delhi, and I have also been a local in the organizing committee for the GOSCOP, and also been the part of OC in the IFMSA AM of which held in Delhi, which held in India, Dwarka. So I believe that I have a slight but limited knowledge about what all responsibilities are to be which an organizer should have. But to get a more broader aspect, I will work with my NOs as well as the alumni, and also working with the other national coordinators who have previously conducted S60 to understand the procedure even more and work on it effectively. To answer Soham sir's question, how to ensure sustainability of the activities, I will focus more on quarterly evaluation of all the activities which will be held by me if I am elected, and will focus on the feedback given by the event organizers so that we are able to understand what the problem they are facing and work on them so the activities are more impactful and effective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yashika. Thank you for the candidate presentation. Question, can you bring in Amish? Yashika, you don't have to leave the room. You can sit in the room. Amish, once you're at the podium, kindly check the camera of the laptop. Yeah, the camera is good. Kindly speak a sentence so we can confirm the audibility.
Hello, am I audible?
Someone online confirm?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Amish, once you're ready, let us know. We'll start the presentation. Ready? The timer has started.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Amish Mazari, and my pronouns are he and him. I'm a third-year medical student, and I'm here to present my candidature on National Officer of Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, including HIV and AIDS. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In my journey, I have attended various sessions of IFMSA like AP Academy, SRHR, and SCORA sessions in the March meeting. My article was also published in Cervical Cancer magazine. I was part of 3 SWGs, and I was also part of making the podcast in the Amplified SWG. From being a part of the policy writing workshop to writing one and reviewing one, and then creating my own activity named MindWipe, I have grown under SCORA and MSAI. Next slide, please. In my plan of action, my major focus areas are HIV, AIDS, and other STIs, and then maternal health and access to safe abortions. I plan to launch 4 DAF activities in support with BPA. I also plan to have our very own SCORA podcast and webinars on various topics with externals, with support of BPE, DPRC, and in collaboration with other standing committees wherever necessary. Next slide, please. I will definitely keep every member in loop regarding ongoing work as mentioned, and if there is any doubt, I will get back to them. Next slide, please. I would have member engagements through OLMs, shoutouts, and digital love bombs. My SWG will focus on fertility and adoption manual, which aims to serve as a go-to guide for the general population. Next slide, please. With the support of VPCB and RDs, I will engage SCORA inactive and active colleges in all regions and also conduct SCORA 101 workshop for LOs to have better understanding. With the help of VPX and national team, I will draft the proposal and will submit it in due time. Next slide, please. Coming to the general administration, I will have buddy groups, OLMs to encourage members to participate in workshops and will maintain database for certificates, policy documents, and DAF activities. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Amit, for the presentation. The floor is now open for questions. If Any in the house, raise the hands now. We have Himani, Manav, and Madhu who has been selected in that order. Himani, you can start.
Okay, so what are your plans about conducting an SXC and how do you plan to move ahead with it, considering your experience?
Could Himani please repeat the question a bit louder?
What are your plans about SXC and how do you plan to conduct it if you are going to, considering his experience?
Thank you. Manav?
Since you've been an LO, the shift from an LO to a national officer is a big great. So how would you plan to bridge that gap and face the challenges along with your if elected?
Thank you, Manav. Madhu?
Thank you for the presentation. You've mentioned in your POA that you want to collaborate with SCOF on cancers of reproductive organs activity. As far as I understand, breast cancer is directly under the focus area of SCORA, as well as we've had past activities like Lavender Ribbon on cancers in general in SCOF. Can you tell me what are the direct deliverables of both these committees collaborating in this aspect?
Thank you, Madhu. Before we start with the answers, Manav, will you please send a typed question to the plenary team? Thank you. Amish, your time to answer starts now.
Thank you so much for these insightful questions. Answering the first question regarding SXC, definitely I do not have a prior experience to it, but with support of VPX national teams, I would like to bridge that gap and go back to them and assess with pre-planning even before the IFMSA deadlines, so that there is no rush at the end. And I would also like to get in support with the VPF so that the budget for the SXC is at minimum and even preferably at an income of 20%. Then secondly, for the Manav's question, definitely from being a local officer, I have gaps in my knowledge, but with my predecessors, NORAs and mentors, going back to them, and I'll quickly try to learn all the ropes and management of this term so that my term is smoother if elected. And as I would say, add to this, that a journey of 1,000 miles will start from a single step itself. Then coming to Madhu's question regarding SCORA and SCOF and on breast cancer activity, I want to have a DAF activity on that, since SCOF and SCORA have a same view regarding how we want to give the awareness to the public health. And breast cancer is one of the leading cancers in our own country. And I believe that if both of our standing committees come together to tackle this problem, we would have a better outreach and will be able to give better bust myths and better solutions to the public itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amish, for your presentation. Before we move on to the next standing committee, we have to sort out a technical difficulty to the penalty 2 minutes time. I would request that you will not leave the room. You will be back in and leave the room. Yes, you can, but you must the roll call. Please maintain quorum. Just in the moderator's office. Okay, we'll take the roll call again. The panel team has sorted the technical issue. We'll start with the roll call again. Please, everyone online and on ground, please be ready for your name to be called. President Dr. Soham Agarwal. Present. VP Dr. Riya Rajkumar. Present. VPI Dr. Holy Borse. Present. VP Dr. Adarsh Srivastava. Present. VP Dr. Anaga Gurjetty. Dr. Adarsh Mehta. Present. VP Dr. Prasthi Verma. Absent. Mona Dr. Marshall Saha. Present. Mona Manav Vasa. Present. MP Dr. Jenu Devani. Present. MP Madhusuri Mukherjee. Present. Lord Bhimani Nanda. Present. Lord Dr. Sanjana Adagrimal. Present. Bhumi Dr. Tanya Gupta. Present. Bhumi Dr. Ashna Gadriya. Present. Neo Dr. Akash Dubey. Present. Neo Dr. Yash Singhal. Present. Nuri Dr. Kumar Abhishek. Absent. Nuri Dr. Antara Moge. Present. Thank you. RD North Dr. D. Vidyanshu. Present. RD South Dr. Ramya Tangirala. Present. RD East Prachi Bansal. Present. RD West Dr. Prachi Mehta.
Present.
DPRC Dr. Mohammad Tashreef KV. Present. Move on to the LCR. The LCR for West Bengal, Polami Roy. Absent. LCR for Bihar, Ankana Das Gupta. Absent. LCR for Maharashtra, Tanmay Vivek Gavan.
Present.
Thank you. LCR for Gujarat, Dev Desai. Absent. LCR for Karnataka, Shantika Kudwa. Absent. LCR for Tamil Nadu, Shruti Saravanam. Absent. LCR for Delhi, Haryana and Chandigarh, Dhruv Goyal. Present. Thank you. LCR for Uttar Pradesh, Shefali Verma. Yes, she has messaged on the chat that she is present. Thank you, everyone. We do have quorum. We will continue with the candidate presentations. Next, we have the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Peace. We have two candidates, Himaya Chaudhary and Dikshita Mathur. Himaya, I believe, is online. Dikshita, are you here? Could Kabir please escort Dikshita to the common room? Himaya, are you ready to present the candidature?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and visible.
Yeah, so I'll start.
Can you confirm if you can see the iPad?
I cannot see my candidature being presented.
No, the iPad.
Yeah, that I can see. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Let us know once you're ready. We'll start the time.
Sir, but I can't see the candidature being presented so that I can say that to change the slide.
Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let us know when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Okay, timer has started.
Respected EBTO members, myself Himaya Chaudhary, a third-year medical student from TNMC Mumbai. Today, I stand before you not as an individual, but a representative of a collective vision for SCOP development in the coming up tenure. As we embark on this journey towards the 2024-25 term, I humbly offer myself as a candidate for NORC. Next slide, please. My journey, I started law as my first year. I conducted various on-ground events and attended NWM Hyderabad and NGA Nashik. Next slide, please. Next. I conducted various activities like Right Walk, Teddy Bear Hospital, and Project Tara during my law tenure. Next slide, please. During 2023-24, I was NOP DA, where I led various MSI inductions and online activities for NOP DA. I developed toolkits for Project Bandhu, Change Survey, Project Autism, and contributed to policy making and reviews. There was timely evaluation and formation of CRS and MWM. Next slide, please. My plan of action, in short, is to Continuously manage the database, ensuring regular updates are applied, evaluating the impact assessment report, coordinating and furnishing all necessary materials for enrollment in IFMSA program, developing sustainable and impactful initiatives both at national and regional levels, and choosing a motivated national team. Next slide, please. Implementation strategies, coming up with new ideas for new SCORP activities and introducing regional activities. My focus areas being, next slide. If elected, I pledge to work with integrity, humility, and compassion on my focus areas of disaster management, human rights, women empowerment, and rights of disabled. Next slide, please. With SCORP team, I will be ensuring a monthly OLMs and SCORP tutorials are conducted. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next. Yeah. Thank you for your consideration, allowing me to present my candidature. And this is a short compilation which I have made. Started journey as a law with SCORP, as human rights and peace captivated my heed. It is currently the need. And thank you.
Thank you, Maya, for your presentation. The floor is now open for those who wish to ask a question. Please in the house, raise the hands now. We have Himani, we have Tanya, and we have Soham in that order. Himani, you can start.
What are the various regional activities that you have planned out to carry out in your term?
Thank you. Tanya?
Thank you for your presentation. Could you please elaborate your plan on Project Tara 2.2?
Thank you, Tanya. Soham?
Thank you for the presentation. Can you please tell the IFMSA what would be your involvement in IFMSA and how would you make sure that SCORP achieve new heights within IFMSA space?
Thank you, Soham. Your time to have you heard all the questions properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your time to answer the question starts now.
Okay. So I'll be going in the chronological order. Thank you for the questions. First with Himani ma'am. I actually regional activities, I'll be focusing on the like regions. I'll be coordinating with the RDs and particular thing like Manipur, Meghalaya, the things which are prone for disasters. So I'll be more focusing on that area while I'll be launching activity like disaster management. Similarly for women empowerment, some Bihar and some like states are there which are like low in that women empowerment region. So that I'll be focusing on. Moving on to Tanya ma'am's question. So Tara 2.0, it will be like it will be for the rights of the children. The bad and good touch will be there, but along with that, there will be the cyber security which I'm planning to include in that. Also, I will be asking the volunteers to ask to teach them some self-defense techniques. So that it will be like and last Soham sir's question for IFMSA. I will be facilitating transparent and timely communication between SCORP IT, MSI EB, and SCORP India. I will be working collaboratively with the national member NMOs to organize joint campaigns. Also, I'll be participating on all the IT OLMs and encouraging a national team to attend these sessions as well. And completing the SCORP section of the NMO report. And I'll be maintaining a communication with SCORP RA and enhancing MSI visibility in SCORP Insights newsletter by contributing articles as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamaya, for your answers and for your candidate presentation. Next question, can you please have Dikshita Mathur brought to the plenary room? Please approach the podium, check the camera and the mic. Don't unmute the laptop, just speak. The camera is okay, just speak one sentence.
Good evening. Am I audible?
Can someone online confirm?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you. Ikshita, let us know when you're ready. We'll start the presentation. Ready? The timer starts now.
Good evening to the EPTO members, plenary team, and everyone present. I'm Dikshita Mathur, and I'm honored to present my candidature for the position of National Officer on Human Rights and Peace for the upcoming term. Next slide. Starting my journey when I attended ILAJ as an online workshop instantly intrigued me. Next slide. As a medical student, I applied to become a local officer. And here I am now presenting my candidature for North. Next slide. Next slide. The path was interesting, intriguing, wonderful, and a learning experience in the world of human rights and peace. And in the end, it makes me feel at home. I learned a lot, and SCOP became a part of my life. Little did I know, it always was. I attended the August meeting 2023, and that became a highlight of my year last year. It led to me meeting some of the most amazing people and learning a lot of things. Next slide. I plan to bring into existence the regional activity news and bring changes to the SCORP internal operating guidelines, maintaining a proper chain of communication and documentation and contributing to making SCORP MSCI reach new heights. Next slide. My major and minor focus areas for the term will guide my path to what SCORP strives to stand for, human rights and world peace. Next slide, please. I will maintain a proper channel of communication within the SCORP team. Next slide. I will conduct my administrative duties according to MSCI bylaws and SCORP IOGs throughout the term. Next slide. I will ensure strict adherence to the implementation strategies. Next slide. The regional project news is one new initiative that I would like to work on, and the sustainable development goals are mentioned. Next slide. Human rights are not optional. Peace is not a luxury. They are the essence of our shared humanity, the foundation of a world where every voice is heard, every life is valued, and every soul is free. Let's commit to championing human rights and pursuing peace with unwavering determination. Next slide. I will do my best to stand up for the rights of people and myself. Next slide. I will help SCORP to rise to newer heights. Next slide. After all, once a scorpion, always a scorpion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika, for the presentation. The chair now opens the floor for any questions. House, raise the hands. Now, we have Himani, we have Ashna, and we have Kashif in that order.
So what are your plans for capacitating trainers in SCORP?
Thank you, Himani. Yeah, Ashna is
Thank you for your presentation. How do you plan on working on policies that are already present in SCORP?
Thank you, Ashna. Kashif.
Thank you for your presentation. You have mentioned about increased MSI visibility in SCORP internationally. How do you plan to achieve it?
Thank you. Kashif, will you please send the question to the Plenary written format? Thank you. Deekshita, your time to answer starts now.
Thank you for the questions. First, to answer Himani's questions, how would I capacitate trainers? I would like to encourage people to take increasing workshops like international training on human rights and also international training on disaster management, which is one of the major focus area that I would like to work on. And so we'll make people more aware about these workshops and tell them how it is important, and what we can do is get knowledge and spread knowledge, because we know that knowledge increases by spreading. And so yes, about Ashna ma'am's question, the already existing policies, we have a lot of amazing policies in SCORP focusing on different focus areas. What we would like to do is collaborate with a few externals and conduct more workshops. Taking an example of the recent autism awareness workshop that we conducted in coordination with Fragile X organization, we would do something very similar for the other policies. And if the policy on autism that has been proposed is accepted, we will also take it further and increase more collaborations. So Kashif sir's question, how would I increase international MSCI visibility? So I would like to coordinate with the SCORP international team and try to bring the SCORP camp to India, because it has never been held in India, and it would be a very good opportunity for all the people to visit India as a part of SCOT camp, and we also had a very good review about the August meeting. So let's bring up a new experience. I would encourage our people to go SCOT outside, attend international meetings, and I would like to encourage representation in those meetings, taking part in the activity fairs, exchange fairs, and presenting SCOT, MSCI, and MSCI internationally. I would like to increase more international collaborations, inter-NMO collaborations, and thus making SCORP internationally visible, and also encouraging all the local officers and the other participants to take part in such collaborations and international workshops. That's my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika, for your presentation.
I would request Dr. Mohammad Tashrif KV to send the question on the plenary email ID, as it is the formal mode of communication.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yashani, for reminding everyone that. With that, the plenary will now set 5 minutes aside for an unmoderated caucus. The EBTO and everyone sitting here and online can go have a refreshment break. But please be back in 4 minutes. We will be starting in 5. Thank you. Please be noted that you still cannot go behind the dais. So, yes. Guys, 1 minute. Guys, 1 minute. The YouTube mic is still live. Please, 1 minute. Let us just mute it first. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. We are back. We start with the break is now over. Before we start, the plenary chair would like just 1 minute, as the break was started at 8:01 for 5 minutes, which means everyone is supposed to be back by 8:06. However, all the media officials have come back into the room at 8:70. The plenary chair would like to give one formal warning to everyone that if a break is to be extended, please request it before going for the break. Wasting the plenary team's time will not be accepted. Any questions, doubts that we can answer before we move on? Yes, there are none. We'll start with the roll call. President Dr. Som Agarwal. Present. VPE Dr. D. Rajkumar. Present. VPI Dr. Aboli Murse. Present. VPF Dr. Adarsh Srivastava. Present. VPA Dr. Anaga Lodishetty. Present. VPC Dr. Adarsh Mehta. Present. VPX Dr. Prasad Verma. Absent. Nora Dr. Partho Saha. Present. Nora Manav Vasa. Present. NTO Dr. Jainu Devani. Present. NTO Madhurshati Mukherjee. Not Himani Nanda. Present. Not Dr. Sanjana Adagadimat. Sanjana present online. Absent. Numi Dr. Tanya Gupta. Present. Numi Dr. Ashna Gajria. Present. Neo Dr. Akash Bhude. Absent. Neo Dr. Yash Singhal.
Present.
Nuri Dr. Kumar Abhishek. Absent. Nuri Dr. Antara Moge. Absent. RD North Dr. Deepa Divyanshu. Present. RD South Dr. Ramya Tangirala.
Present.
RD East Prachi Bansal. Present. RD West Dr. Prachi Mehta. Absent. DPRC Dr. Mohammed Tashrif KV. Present. Thank you. The minute takers kindly note that Akash Dubey is now present. Moving forward with the LCRs. LCR for West Bengal, Polami Roy. Absent. LCR for Bihar, Amtana Das Gupta. Absent. LCR for Maharashtra, Kandan Vivek Lavan. Absent. LCR for Gujarat, Dev Desai. Absent. LCR for Karnataka, Shantika Purva. Absent. LCR for Tamil Nadu, Shruti Saravanam. Absent. I believe Tanmay has replied on the chat. It will be just confirmed. Yes, Tanmay is present. Please make the changes. LCR for Delhi, Haryana, and Chandigarh, Dhruv Goyal. Present. Thank you. LCR for Uttar Pradesh, Shefali Verma. Shefali present. Absent. We have Sanjana was entered the Zoom call. Sanjana, are you present?
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you. And is Antara Modi present? Oh, absent.
Present.
Antara is present. Can you make the changes? The team will get back with the final numbers. We have 23 members present at the EBTO and the LCR, so we have achieved quorum. Before we start, we will the plenary attendance. Chair Dr. Alik Shah, present. Co-chair Dr. Yash Rathi. Present. Minute takers Dr. Risha Gandhi. Present. And minute takers Zainab Rao. All 4 plenary members are present, and we will continue with the candidature presentations. We now move on to the Standing Committee on Medical Education. We have 4 candidates. Is Madhura Mayakar, Krish Keswani, and Netra Bhuj present in the room? Please stand up. Are all the 3 candidates present? Yes, thank you. Kabir, can you please escort them to the common room? Can we have Fatma Nadeem approach the podium? Thank you. Fatma, can you check your mic? Can you please speak a sentence?
Am I audible?
Someone online confirm. Can someone online confirm if Fatima is audible?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Thank you so much. Fatima, your camera is okay. Let us know when you're ready. We start the presentation. The timer has started.
Good evening, everyone. Medical education is a blend of knowledge with compassion, theory with practice, and innovation with impact. And I, Fatima Nadeem, firmly believe in it and present my candidature on National Officer of Medical Education 2024-2025. Next slide, please. My journey started from the first year itself, from grassroots level activities to global collaborations, each building a stone for who I am today and presenting with so many unique opportunities, making me a privileged person to stand here. Next slide, please. My mission is fostering a dynamic schooling community for innovative, impactful medical education in sync with global advancements. My vision is empowering medical students to revolutionize healthcare, fostering inclusivity, innovation, and holistic patient care for a healthier future. Next slide, please. EVTU coordination is all about being a part of a powerful team which is focusing on transparent communication, inclusivity. Next slide, please. Tips I have mentioned here. Next slide, please. In capacity building, I would like to emphasize on execution of local level workshops throughout the term. Next slide, please. In SCOME, my main focus areas are social accountability and the interprofessional collaboration, meaningful student engagement, and advocacy. And my 3 pillars will be sustainability, quality control, and credibility. Aligning with the international SDG goals 3, 4, 8, 5, 16, and 17, I would like to base my activities named as COSMID, an awareness session on aerospace medicine and its innovative medical interventions, along with IPATMED, an awareness session about tools to combat workplace harassment. In conclusion, I would like to end by saying that if appointed as the NOMI, I, along with my team, would be committed to leveraging my experience, passion, and dedication to championing meaningful reforms. Next slide, please. Together, we can shape a brighter future for medical students and healthcare professionals, and as Amritsar says, making a difference together. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima, for your presentation. The floor is now open for any questions. Any questions in the house? Raise the hands. No. We have Tanya, we have Akash, and we have Madhu. In that order,
Thank you for your presentation, Fatima. My question is, what newer methodologies would you like to incorporate in SCOME to increase its visibility?
Thank you. Akash?
SCOME in this module has implemented new workshops. So, like, how would you implement this workshops in this term?
Thank you, Akash.
Medical education advocacy has become even more relevant with NMC's changing decisions. As the future NOMI, do you have any plans in advancing student NMC consultations and expanding MSI's roles within it? If so, how?
Thank you, Madhu. Could all the questioners please mail the questions to the Plenary? Thank you. Fatima, are you ready to answer? The timer has started.
I'd like to begin with Tanya ma'am's questions. SCOMI visibility, like innovation and impact. Innovation means coming up with social media campaigns, podcasts, all these small methods for increasing the visibility across, and also the impact level of small local level activities. As we have the academic activities for increasing the visibility across the country. And also going on with Akash sir's question, as being a part of the trainer session and being a part of the AM sessions, knowing about so many innovative modules such as AI, it helps me with all this experience to come up with new methodologies. I've been part of designing of the project design and the toolkits, giving me all the experience to come up with new methods, new objectives, which can be goals, which can be helpful. And also to Madhu's question, as I would like to mention, it's all about this term is collaborating the previous term's work and reports, taking in those feedbacks and going forward, and also my experience in stakeholder mapping, helping to connect with the bigger organizations across the country, so it can be helpful, and also to make evaluation and feedback so that if anything is left out, it's carried forward and have good bond between the organization we are catering to. Thank you.
Thank you, Padma. Thank you for the presentation. Yes, the minute takers kindly note that Shefali Verma, LCR, for Uttar Pradesh, is present, as she has mentioned on the Zoom chat. Thank you, Padma. You can go back to your seat. Could Anit please bring in our next candidate, that is Madhura Mayekar. Is Prachi Mehta present on the Zoom call? Please confirm.
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you. That will be updated in the attendance sheet. Madhura, kindly check the camera on the laptop and speak a sentence to confirm that you're audible. Before Madhura begins, if any team would like to update that 25 of the 32 EBDO members plus LCRs are present and the quorum is maintained.
Hello everyone, am I audible?
Someone online confirm.
She is audible.
Thank you. Madhura, just give the right team 30 seconds to start your presentation. Minute takers kindly note that Dr. Prastati Verma, VPS, is also present. That brings the number of presents to 26. The quorum is maintained. My team is apologetic for the difficulties, but there's some sort of internet connection problem. So once it is shared, we will let you. Can everyone except the plenary team and the VPI log out of the bio conference or internet connection if you are still on it, the Wi-Fi connection? No, if you are connected, please disconnect from that wire. Candidature is now visible. Madhura, are you ready?
Yeah.
The timer has started.
Good evening, respected EPTO members, plenary team, and all the presenters. Next slide, please. The next slide. Ever since I've entered medicine, I always wanted to gain skills, experience, and knowledge. And the day I was introduced to Medical Students Association of India, I found it as the best platform to do what I always wanted to do, along with pursuing this degree. And working with SCOMI national team for 2 years, it has helped me answer applications and questions very conveniently. I, Madhura Maikar, final year medical student from SMBT, IMS, and RC, and Anumi GA, here today present before you my candidature for National Officer on Medical Education 2024-25 with the goal of engaging medical students in medical education system. Next slide, please. If given the opportunity, my focus areas would be advocacy, social accountability, and meaningful student engagement. Implementing this by seasoned and new methodologies. I would be working on rural health through teaching medical skills and come up with a capacity building opportunity by introduction of a new module of breaking bad news post in collaboration with bioethics unit. I would also increase the visibility of the standing committee at every level with efficient collaboration, EPTO coordination, and making external engagement. With that, I would like to quote and conclude. Great things in business are never done by a single person. It is done by a team of people. I will build a focused and a motivated national team together to achieve the vision of SCOMI and to take MSI to a greater height. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhura, for the presentation. The floor is now open for questions. If any are there, raise the hands now. We have Ashna, we have Manav, and we have Soham in that order.
Thank you for your presentation, Madhura. I would like to ask you that a lot of new initiatives were taken in this term. So what are the new things you would like to see if elected as a nominee in your term?
Thank you. Manav?
How would you increase the capacity building in the committee with respect to school?
Manav, could you send the question in written format? Thank you. Madhura, can you just stand in the center of the podium? Because thank you.
I request everyone sending questions to the plenary team to mention the name of the candidate the question is to address the subject, so we know.
Thank you. Go on, you can continue with the question.
Thank you. So, how would you increase member engagement within your school?
I would like
Madhura, your time for answering starts now.
I would like to answer Ashna's question. What new things I would do in SCOMI is, first of all, introduction of a podcast series on LIPI 1.0 and 2.0. Then I would create an SWG and a manual on new medical education resources at a click. Then I will introduce a new workshop model, as I mentioned, about breaking bad news posts in collaborations with the bioethics unit. I would also work on the disaster management and first aid module. Also, I will also have 60-second diagnosis Instagram reel, which will improve the visibility of the committee. I would also have a SCOMI weekly shorts, which will have all activities conducted by the local officers and the DAF respondents, so that everyone in all the judge members are also in the loop. Also, I'll have an introductory SCOMI video, which would give highlights of what our standing committee works for. Second thing, what I would answer Manav's question, how would you increase the capacity building? For capacity building, as I said, I would introduce the new workshop model of breaking the bad news post in collaboration with Biopics Unit. I would work on the disaster management and first aid module. I will encourage every team member of mine to fill in for the trainers so that they can get an opportunity to be a trainer at the national workshops. I would always encourage my local officers to conduct local workshops and in coordination with the RDs. Also, I would have a SCOMI 101 workshop, a capacity building workshop for my local officers. Answering Soham's question, can you just repeat?
How would you increase member engagement in school?
Okay, member engagement. For that, first of all, I would use social media as a platform to spread awareness about what SCOMI is, what we work in it. Also, I will always encourage the local officers to conduct as many activities as possible because they are the ones who are going to take the the standing committee has to highlight through our activities. I would also encourage my DAF respondents to fill in for the activities and conduct. I will always encourage any of my general member to come up and fill the DAF form so that everyone spreads a word about what the standing committee on medical education is at.
Thank you, Madhura, for your presentation. Chair would request the volunteer Anil to bring in the next candidate, that is Krish Keswani. Yeah, you can. So, you have a roll call. Yes, you can. You want. We'll have the roll call once again until the next candidate comes. President Som Agarwal. Present. VP Dr. Raj Kumar. Present. VP Dr. Aboli Kurse. Present. VP Dr. Adarsh Srivastava. Present. VP Dr. Anala Gorishetty. VP Dr. Adarsh Mehta. Present. VP Dr. Prasiti Verma. Absent. Nora Dr. Partho Saha. Present. Nora Manav Basa. Present. NP Dr. Jainul Devani. Present. NP Madhusudhan Mukherjee. Lord Himani Nanda. Present. Lord Professor Sanjana Olavedimas.
Present.
Dr. Tanya Gupta. Present. Dr. Ashna Gadriya. Present. Dr. Akash Dubey. Present. Dr. Yash Singhal. Present. Thank you. Dr. Kumar Abhishek. Dr. Antara Moge. Kumar Abhishek is absent. Dr. Antara Moge. Absent. RD North, Dr. Nisha Sudhyanshu. Absent. RD South, Dr. Ramesh Angirala. Present. RD East, Prachi Bansal. Present. RD West, Dr. Prachi Mehta.
Present.
I believe Antara has messaged on the chat that she is present. Yes, Antara Mori is present. DPRC, Dr. Mohammad Rashid KV. Present. Moving on to the LCRs, LCR for West Bengal, Polami Roy. Absent. LCR for Bihar, Ankana Das Gupta. Absent. LCR for Maharashtra, Tanmay Vivek Rawal.
Present.
LCR for Gujarat, Dev Desai. Absent. LCR for Karnataka, Shantika Kudwa. Absent. LCR for Tamil Nadu, Shruti Saravanan. Absent. LCR for Delhi, Haryana, and Chandigarh, Dhruv Goyal. Present. LCR for Uttar Pradesh, Shefali Verma. Shefali Verma is on call. Could you please confirm via chat, if not possible via voice? So now she can be considered active. We have 23 members, so quorum is maintained. And we will continue with the presentation by Krish Keswani. Krish, can you check the camera and the mic? Don't unmute the laptop. Don't unmute the laptop. Just speak a sentence.
Loud and clear.
Can someone online confirm?
He is audible.
check the camera once. Okay, Krish, you're good to go. Let us know when you're ready. Okay, the timer has started.
Good evening, respected plenary team, MSCI EBTO, and my fellow candidates. I am Krish Keswani, proudly presenting my candidature for NOMI 2024-25. I stand before you all with my belief that one should be the change they envision in the system. I want to be the collective voice of change for medical students across the country. And, next slide, please. Here to share with you all my dream of taking SCOMI to the stars. Next slide, please. My SCOMI journey began in 2022 when I was elected as a LOMI. I truly discovered SCOMI in my DA term, wherein, next slide please, I became a TMET trainer delivering over 18 hours of sessions, a delegate to MM24, and a delegate to the 12th Youth Pre-World Health Assembly. And I'm always looking forward to expanding my SCOMI knowledge. Next slide please. My plan of action for the term, next slide please, is built upon the intention for SCOMI to be the standing committee which leads by example and action, providing the highest quality of activities, setting a record in impact and sustainability, and continuing the legacy of it being more of a SCOMI family than a SCOMI team. Next slide, please. The following are my focus areas for the term, and next slide, please, the SDGs I want to target with my activities for the term. Next slide, please. I intend to be a responsible EBTO member, following all the guidelines and regulations throughout the term, as well as keeping diligence, punctuality, and work ethic above all. Next slide, please. A few of my novel initiatives for the term are advocacy activities to implement call to action from policy documents from the previous term. Next slide, please. I intend to lead my national team by example and establish an inter-SCOMI buddy presentation week wherein teams of ASSIS and LOMIs present on a focus area of their choice. Next slide, please. To follow the policy of give, take, and inculcate feedback from standing committees at midterm, one more at 3 months after this, and at term completion to provide enhanced capacity building. Next slide, please. My work experience in IFMSA and, next slide, please, external opportunities has allowed me to foster meaningful connections to further SCOMI's agenda throughout the globe. Next slide, please. A passion project I wish to implement is Project SEED, which will advocate for the inclusion of SRHR issues, comprehensive sexual education, and topics such as violence against sex workers in our current medical curriculum. Next slide, please. Amongst other innovative activities. Next slide, please. If elected as NOMI, I want to take SCOMI to new heights of advocacy, to carry forward the legacy set by my predecessors, but to also leave an impact which will set the benchmark for years to come. Next slide, please. I thank you all for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Krish, for your presentation. The chair now opens the floor for any questions. If there are, please raise the hands now. We have Tanya, we have Ria, and we have Rashid.
Thank you, Krish, for your presentation. My question is, since SCOMI this term has released new workshop modules and activities relating to new things, so what are your plans to implement the same in the next term?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Krish, for your presentation. SCOMI already adopted a policy document will be adopting a policy document in this HG and has a couple of documents from previous terms. How do you plan to implement the call to action present in those documents?
Thank you, Ria. Rashid.
Thank you, Krish, for your presentation. How do you plan to engage with international organizations like AMI and WFME, etc.?
Thank you. Krish, time to answer your questions.
Okay, so thank you, respected EBTO, for your beautiful questions. I'll go in this order. Dr. Tanya, you talked to me about new workshop modules. So, in fact, I would like to tell that both of you, my NOMIs, have set an exemplary record in bringing new workshop modules starting from scratch, which were never seen before, such as integrating AI in medical education. So, I envision my term that I will carry forward this legacy of introducing newer workshop modules which are socially relevant and socially accountable. A few of the ideas in my head being modules on financial literacy amongst medical students, for which we had an activity called Coin Confidence Clinic this term, as well as another hot topic, which is decolonizing medical education. Moreover, I also wish to carry forward, build up, and improve our key focus areas such as social accountability, meaningful student engagement, etc., while modifying them with time to be more socially relevant as well as accountable. Next, Dr. Ria, your question was on policy documents and call to action from the previous term. In the previous term, SCOMI had put forward a policy on health literacy, and this time we are presenting policy on AI integration, healthcare quality enhancement with AI integration in medical education. So I envision that in my term, there will be an activity from this policy, because I have this vision that every medical student throughout India has been capacitated on how they can integrate AI into their journey to further take up their academics to a never seen before height. And moreover, I wish that more of such policies which were implemented in the previous term will continuously be adopted and just not be forgotten as previous call to actions. And lastly, Dr. Street, you asked me about how will I maintain international relations with various international organizations. I would like to, we have a history of sending abstracts to organizations such as AMI. I would like to continue that in my term under the support and collaboration with the VP and every other EBTO official related with it. With WFME and other such international organizations, I would like to approach the relevant contact persons as well as a unique, maybe not unique, but a unique idea from my side is that I want to develop a full-fledged SCOMI or an MSCI delegation to the conferences held by these organizations, and I hope we can do that in the future to bring MSCI to never seen before heights. I hope that satisfactorily answered your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Krish, for the presentation, organized presentation. I would like to request the volunteer to Anit to bring in the last candidate for Nomi, that is Netra. In the break that we have right now, the chair would like to notify everyone that the SCR for Shefali Verma is present, as mentioned in the chat on the Zoom call. So that brings it up to 24, and that still maintains the quorum. And while we have time, the chair would like to remind the DPRC, Dr. Mohammad Rashid, to please send in the questions that he has asked. And it's been more than half an hour since he has asked the question, and the query team has still not received anything on email, which is quite a hassle for completing the minutes. So please send it in the next slide. Thank you.
And as he's sitting next to Dr. Akash Dubey, so he might take some help from Akash because Akash has already sent an email with questions.
Neeta, can you, sorry, Neeta, can you please check the mic and the camera? Can you just don't unmute the laptop, just say a sentence.
Hello, am I audible?
Someone online, please confirm.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. Neeta, the camera is also fine, but give the panel team a minute to share the presentation. Also, just a note for the candidates that are remaining, there sometimes might be a lag between the presentation and what you're speaking. Even though you say next slide, even though we do the next slide, it still takes a few seconds for it to show on the screen. So please continue with your speech, the slides will follow. Chair once again request anyone still logged into the fire conference call, just connect to that Wi-Fi so that we can get virtual speed. Yeah, this is the technical bit.
Can the vice chair explain the difference between point of information and point of information?
No point, I'm the chair. Why is it only the vice? Why can't the chair? Does the DPRC even need the chair cannot explain very well? That was the DPRC is implying.
Point of information.
So the chair will hold the DPRC to an answer on Does the DPRC feel that the chair cannot explain the difference? And hence has asked the vice chair very precisely to.
The chair is doing amazing work, doing Italian work, and the vice chair is sitting there doing
Please note that the vice chair is doing ample amount of work, managing presentation and looking at the minutes. So the chair will let this go, as the DPRC might be unaware of the work of the vice chair. But for everyone's benefit on the call, YouTube, as well as in this room, just because the person is not speaking does not mean that they are not doing it.
I hope it goes for the DPRC next work as well, because they don't speak much, but they do all the work in background. And
okay, I guess the technical break is now over because we have the presentation on time. Neeta, are you ready?
Yes.
The timer has started.
Exactly 3 years ago, I was a medical student who knew bits and pieces about medical education, but came with an eager and thirst for skills and experiences. A very good afternoon, a very good evening to everyone. Today, I, Netra Booth, stand in front of you in this very moment to present my candidature for the position of National Officer on Medical Education for the term 2024-25. Next slide, please. My journey in MSCI began as a general member to serving as local officer and then being a general assistant national officer for this very term. I stand in front of you with a desire to work for change for the better. I have been consistently driven to work for the enhancement of quality education and training for future healthcare professionals. Next slide, please. My plan for the national team includes creation of an internal SWG for the creation of an annual working plan by adopting relevant focus areas from the IFMS's SCOME strategy 2022-25 to ensure its smooth implementation and execution. Next slide. I will ensure effective communication and team building with proficient EBTO coordination, inter-SC collaborations and external engagements. Next slide. My plan of action will align with my visions and goals, which will focus on major SCOME focus areas, along with the addressal of different SDGs. Next slide. SDG 3, 4, 5, 8, 13, and 17. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. One of the prime focus areas during my term, if elected as NOMI, will be interprofessional collaborations, wherein I work by joining hands with tech professionals for creation of softwares which work on image analysis, and also with athletic trainers to promote sports medicine. Next slide. So in conclusion, I express my deep motivation to serve as National Officer for Medical Education with a strong vision, suitable experience, and passion. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeta, for the presentation. The chair would like to apologize for the problems with the PPT, but it's because of the internet connection. Moving forward, the floor is now open. If there are any questions, please raise the hands.
No.
Please raise the hands. Now, Aboli, Ashna, and Himani have been seconded in that. Aboli, yes, sir.
As you know, SCOME has a lot of importance in advocacy. Do you have any plans for accreditation and quality control in medical education?
Netra, thank you so much for your presentation. My question to you is, since you are a fourth-year student, how do you plan to manage studies and MSI work together?
You have mentioned about charity care for collaboration with Scott. Throw a little bit of light on what you plan to do and how would you specify the focus areas of both the standing committees in that?
Okay, so starting with Himani's question, I did propose an activity called Charity Care in collaboration with the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Peace. So the idea behind the activity was to throw a light on the violation of human rights that patients face actually in the charitable hospitals. So as a part of the activity, collaborating with the committee, I do wish to propose an activity which actually addresses this violation of human rights that the patients face, especially in the charitable hospitals when we go for our clinical postings. Coming on to Ashna's question, which was regarding me being a fourth-year student and managing the MSA of work and my studies, I would say it is very important to, first of all, identify the urgency, the importance, and the intensity of work that has been assigned to me. I feel I do possess the capabilities to acknowledge these things. Apart from that, in the past, I have juggled with multiple tight deadlines, and I feel I have met the deadlines and not breached them. Apart from that, I believe it's also important to understand that unexpected events can show up, and I do believe I also have the ability to acknowledge those events and reschedule my plan accordingly. Coming on to Aboli's question, which was regarding accreditation and quality assurance, I feel it's important that first of all, medical students understand the meaning and what these two terminologies implies, because considering the amount of knowledge that the medical students possess about these terminologies, first of all, I'll make sure that there are awareness sessions being conducted to ensure that they are being informed about these terms. Apart from that, once the students are made aware of these terminologies, I would conduct open space discussions to ensure their opinions and to gain their gain insights into their thought process, what they possess. Thank you.
Thanks, Netra, for this candidate. The chair would request Himani to send the question to the candidate. Moving forward, we begin. So that's the end of the Standing Committee of Medical Education. We next move on to the Standing Committee on Professional History. We have three candidates, Ruhan, Harbert, and Shreyash. Are they all present here? Thank you. Our first presenter is Ruhan. So the other two could be accompanied by Anit to the common room. We have an addition of 2 to 3 EBTO members in LCR, so we'll have to take the roll call again. Please be ready for that. President Dr. Mohammed Agarwal. Present. VP Dr. B.R. Rajkumar. Present. VP Dr. Aboli Godse. Present. VPF Dr. Adarsh Srivastava. Present. VP Dr. Anaga Gauri Shetty. Present. VPC Dr. Adarsh Mehta. Present. VPX Dr. Prasati Verma. Dr. Parth Saha. Present. Nora Manobasa. Present. NPA Dr. Jayanu Devani. Present. NPA Madhurshati Mukherjee. Not Himani Nanda. Present. Not Dr. Sanjay Nalagadimat.
Present.
Domi Dr. Tanya Gupta. Present. Domi Ashna Gajria. Present. Neo Dr. Akash Dubey. Present. Neo Dr. Yas Singhal.
Present.
Nori Dr. Kumar Abhishek.
Present.
Nori Dr. Andra Moge. Andra has messaged in the chat that she is present. RD North, Dr. Deepak Divyanshu. Present. RD South, Dr. Ramya Tangirada.
Present.
RD East, Prachi Bansal.
Present.
RD West, Dr. Prachi Mehta. Absent. EPRC, Dr. Mohammed Rashid Keli. We move on to the LCRs. LCR for West Bengal region, Paulami Roy. Absent. LCR for the Bihar region, Ankana Dasgupta. Absent. LCR for Maharashtra region, Tanmay Vivek Lavan.
Present.
Thank you. LCR for Gujarat, Dev Desai. Absent. LCR for Karnataka, Shantika Padwa. Absent. LCR for Tamil Nadu, Shruti Saravanam. Absent. LCR for Delhi, Haryana, and Chandigarh, Dhruv Goyal. Present. LCR for Uttar Pradesh, Shefali Verma. Absent. We have 24 present, so the quorum is maintained. Ruhan, kindly check the mic, please speak for 20 seconds.
Be more.
Is Ruhan audible? Everyone online? Ruhan, when you get the answer, can you please move to the podium a bit front, or can you move a bit back? Can you move the laptop screen a bit back? Yep, that's it. Can someone online confirm if Ruhan is audible?
Be more.
There is a chat. I believe that Ruhan is audible because we have received a chat that says be more indeed. So with that, Ruhan, once you're ready, let us know. We start the presentation. The timer has started.
Good evening, respected plenary team, EBDO members, fellow candidates, LCRs, and the rest of MSI family. Next slide, please. I am Dr. Ruhan Budada, currently an intern doctor, and I stand in front of you with immense pleasure to present my candidature for National Exchange Officer 24-25. Next slide, please. My beautiful journey in MSI began 3 years ago, and I have been working in Skopje since the past 2 years, highlighting exchanges fair win at March Meet 2024. Next slide, please. My plan of action is, next slide, please. My plan of action is divided into 8 major focus areas. Next slide, please. To enhance quality of exchanges for the outgoings, I'll do conduction of elucidative PDTs, effective communication with the outgoings, and hosting NEOs to ease the visa issues and the on-ground support. As for the incomings, I have enhancing the CP skills and conducting LSPs for various LCs. That will be my goal. Next slide, please. Strengthening of MSI exchanges can be done by coordinating with the VPX and VPE to build strong external contacts, have consultation calls with other NMOs, and finding a solution from IFMC's academic recognition manual. Next slide, please. Boosting the reach of MSI exchanges page by posting regular content and collaborating with other NMOs. Next slide. Internal administration within Skopje can be maintained by effective communication with the VPX, CONEO, and NORIs, and following of equitable distribution of work, and also keeping a check on the national team's mental health. Next slide. Assisting the VPX and relevant NOs for any PHEX, SXC, GoScope proposals, and also the launching of SCOMI schools. Next slide. For external relations, I would like to build rapport with NMOs to sign more contracts and motivate Skopje enthusiasts to be active in IFMC. Next slide. Enhancing the capacity building in exchanges can be done by the following ways. Next slide, please. Some new ideas for this term to introduce Skopje initiatives like trilateral exchanges, Skopje Korea exchanges, and multiple department exchanges to increase the number of outgoings and utilize the unused AFs. Next slide, please. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life is exactly the quote that assembles my past 2 years working and loving Skopje. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruhan, for your presentation. The floor is now open for any questions. If there are, raise the hands now. Prastuti, Prachi Mehta, and right, Prachi Mehta, you cannot be selected for questioning when you weren't present to the room. So we'll have Prastuti, we'll have Riya, and we'll have others taking the question. Prastuti.
Can you please elaborate on trilateral exchanges?
Thank you, Rohan, for your presentation. Since Skopje has been launching activities for since the last term, how do you plan to continue the same? Do you have any ideas for new activities?
Given that with taking office in after 2 months, you start working on the exchange calls. How do you plan to keep the MSA India exchange pages, the Instagram page, active and increase member engagement on that page as well?
Thank you. Ruhan, your time to answer starts.
Okay, so first I'll address Prasuti's question about trilateral exchanges. Trilateral exchanges are basically an initiative of Skopje IFMC. In that, 3 countries are involved instead of 2, which is in bilateral exchanges. And the point of that is to utilize the unused AF, the application form that goes waste. That is the thing. Then about Skopje activities that Riya asked. So I'll plan to launch the second phase of Health Beyond Borders that was launched 2 years ago. And for that, like I'll focus on the topics that are relevant to various, like to the entire world. I'll collaborate with various NMOs for the same. Moving on to question from Adarsh about the like 2 months in, after 2 months I'll have the exchange calls, and how do I plan to maintain the following of MSA exchanges pages and also promote exchanges. So for that, I'll work with the DPRC team to have extensive promotion on all our social media pages. I'll have testimonials from the previous outgoings in the form of reels, and also we'll post that on YouTube Shorts to increase the outreach on YouTube as much as possible. Also, we'll collaborate with different NMOs on our social media pages, and we'll publish the Scopy publications in MSA and IFMSA newsletters. Thank you.
I would request Manan to bring in the next candidate, that is Arjun Singh. We're going to move on to the later candidate note that Raji Mehta is present on the call. Mr. Maintain. Kindly check the camera and the mic. The camera is fine. Camera is fine. Kindly check the mic.
I'm audible. I'm audible.
Can someone online confirm?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you. Arjun, let us know when you're ready. We'll start. Camera start.
A very good evening. Respected EBTO members, I am Hargun Singh, a final year student from SRHR Amritsar. I served as a general assist for the term 23-24, and I hosted incomings as a Leo in 22 and 23. I would like to present my candidature for NEO for term 24-25. Next slide. Next slide. This is my Scopy journey. Next slide. Next slide. Now regarding my plan of action, academic quality, organize monthly OLMs with Leos, train delegates at NGA and WM, work with VPCB and RD to obtain endorsement letters from exchange active universities and colleges, ensure exchanges aligns with academic standards, colleges reactivation, evaluate current hosting capacity and identify any bottlenecks to make more colleges active and host incomings, engage with colleges to understand specific requirements and concerns regarding activation, and engaging Leos to gather feedback and insight for the same, work with authorities to review implications of recent policies affecting the exchanges. Next slide. Managing incomings, assign departments based on motivation, availability, and CV, train local officers to manage incomings, develop contact person skills through local officer-led capacity building, conduct OLMs to make Leos aware regarding the activation process, building capacity by targeting already active colleges and the colleges really interested to get active and manage large volume of incomings. Next slide. Administrations. Ensure national team members are selected in a timely manner, keep EBTO and the Scopy MD updated regarding the committee progress, ensure active representation of Scopy MSI at IFMC meetings. Collaborations with EBTO. Propose policy documents to VP by end of term, improve Scopy and internal administration with VPI guidance, revise budget with each local committee to host incomings in consultation with VPX and the VP. Social media, next slide. Update social media schedule with the DPRC's help to keep students engaged. If I elected, I will definitely make a change and get Scopy to new heights. With this, I end my candidature. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun, for the presentation. Is there any questions in the house? Raise the hands now. We have Soham, we have Kashif, and we have Prastati in that order. So,
thank you, Michael. Scopy, one of the national officer works on incomings and second works on outgoings. So, in absence of the other national officer, how do you get to like?
Sorry, it's inaudible. Can you speak for me?
Sorry, could you please speak a little louder?
So, in Scopy, there are two national officers, one working on incomings and one working on outgoings. So, in absence of the other national officer, how do we tend to compensate for the work of the other national officer?
Thank you for your presentation, Arjun. Based on experience, what do you think is the biggest challenge faced by the exchanges, and how do you plan to tackle it?
Thank you, Prasanthi.
Hi, Hargun. A lovely presentation. Since SGRD has been, since times immemorial, SGRD has been a good partner, collaborative college with MSI with respect to hosting incomings. And due to certain situations in the recent past, how do you manage, since you are a candidate from SGRD, how do you plan on utilizing this fact with respect to mitigating and circumventing the existing scenario in exchanges?
Thank you for the questions. Hargun, the time to answer starts now.
First, with the question with the Dr. Soham Agarwal, I would like to answer. If there was only one national officer which is being selected, so the thing is like we have to build with the hosting and the incomings and the outgoings are all in an interrelated manners, and we have to manage the incomings, hostings, and the outgoings in a repeatedly manner. Then with the next question, which is the biggest challenge of the Scoopy scene right now, I think that the biggest challenge is like for the last term we are being inactive. So the biggest challenge is like activating the already active colleges and making more colleges active. For this, we can do the by talking to the deans and making something out, and we can engage in things, something make possible for that. And also we can contact with the RDs, RD assistants, and the LOCVs to work and make more colleges active. And for the last, Dr. Prastuti Verma's question, as we have already tried the NMC, as it happens in the JNMC Belgaum, we have been told by the national officers, like due to some reasons, we have paid the fees and we have filed the applications, but due to some reasons, it is not being replied. We have tried to connect them via the online and the offline means, but it's still not being connected. We can work on the central institutions like AIMS, JIPMER, and PGI institutes, for which we can make our exchanges possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Hargun, for the presentation. I would like to request Monet to bring in the next candidate. Share fund. The number of EBTO and LCR members are present, and quorum is maintained. Kindly check the camera is okay. Kindly speak a sentence. We can check the mic. Speak a little louder.
Can anyone online confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible. Yes, let us know when you're ready. Please start the presentation.
Yeah, I'm ready.
The timer has started.
So, a very good evening to the respected members of EBTO, Plenary Team, Supervisory Council, LCRs, and General Members. I, SRHR Pandey, stand before you today to express my candidacy towards the esteemed position of National Exchange Officer. Next slide. My journey commenced with volunteering for SXC, marking my inception for Fascination for Exchange program. Subsequently, I assumed the role of Leo for my college and progressed to the position of Neo GA in the next term. Next slide. Additionally, I took on the responsibilities for AM23 and GOSCOP 23, where I acted as an OC. Presently, I am honored to serve as the head of registrations for NGA 2024. Next slide. I would now like to highlight the key objectives of the plan of action. Next slide. So, firstly, improving academic quality. I aim at increasing the number of active LCs and capacitating LEOs to take UATs. Next slide. Managing incomings. I aim at capacitating LOs to effectively manage incomings, while also I would like to develop LC-specific toolkits under the supervision of DPRC and BPX. Next slide. Coordination with the EBTU. I would like to organize on-ground events under the supervision of VPCB and VPA, while closely collaborating with VPE to gain external support and recognition for the exchange program. I would like to expand and improve the exchanges under the guidance of VPX. Next slide. Now I would also like to collaborate with standing committees on e-health and social accountability, closely work with NPOs to expand the PHEX network. Next slide. Internal administration, I would like to introduce Leo of the Month initiative so that to basically motivate the LOs. Also, I would like to establish safe space within the NT and the support team so that any mental distress can be helped out effectively. Next slide. External representation. I would like to ensure SCOPY delegation for AM, MM, APRM, and I would actively work towards expanding the number of MSCI members in the international IFMSA exchange trainer pool. Next slide. Capacity building. I would like to design on-ground SCOPY-related events in coordination with RDs and VPCB. Next slide. Public relations and social media. I would like to work with DPRC to increase the engagement through regular exchange-related content on the exchanges page. Next slide. I would like to thank everybody for this chance to present my candidacy towards National Exchange Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Shreyas, for the presentation. The floor is now open for any questions. If there are, raise the hands. Now, Yash Singhal, Adarsh Srivastava, and Deepika Divyanshu have been recognized in that order. Yash, you can say a question.
Hi, Shreyas. It was a great presentation. But in your presentation, it was missing about how you will solve the current situation with NMC. Currently, we are not in need of activating more colleges. We need what all capacity we have already to get it restored by solving the issues with NMC. How will you, if you are elected as a NEO, what will be your approach?
Thank you, Yash. Adarsh?
Given that in the past there have been instances of violation of code of conduct that must be followed by the hosting students or by the incomings, in such a scenario, how do you plan to mitigate the issue without physically being present in that particular NC, ensuring that the inter-NMO relation does not get hampered?
Thank you, Adarsh.
Okay, thank you, Shreyas, for your presentation. As we know that not all MSCI active colleges are exchange active. I wanted to know, do you have any plans or strategies in place that you would like to implement to make sure that you can get as many colleges exchange active as well?
Okay, can I start?
Yeah, the timer has started.
So to start with the Yash's question, a significant amount of work has been done by the exchange officials of this term. There were efforts were being made continuously to contact with NMC while meeting the criteria. However, there was the response was inadequate. So I would like to further go with the plan of action that was established by the current exchange officials. Then secondly, for the code of conduct question by Adarsh, I would like to basically hold OLMs before the exchange to establish protocols, and I would like to make policy documents I would like to make documents so that the whole of the LC is aware of the code of conduct and closely follows it. Third, to answer Dipit's question, to making colleges SCOPY active. So basically, firstly, I'll try to reactivate the colleges that were previously active before the NMC guidelines. Then, after we gain support from them, we can use support letters from these colleges to activate more colleges. And also, as I mentioned, I aim to introduce activities. So that would really help the local officers to acquire skills like communication skills, leadership skills, and that will be crucial for us because at the end of the day, they are the ones who are supposed to set the ball rolling in the college.
Thank you, Shreyas, for the presentation. With that, we come to the end of presentation of the Standing Committee of Professor Exchange. Next, we move on to Standing Committee of Teachers Exchange, for which we have 4 presentations. We have Jani Singh, Steve, Hariwal, and Haripriya in the room. Manan will be escort them to the common room. Mr. Banerjee, you can approach the presentation. And you check, to pull the laptop screen a bit down. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Can you check the mic, please, for the sentence?
Am I audible?
Come on, online confirm.
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you. Remember, let us know when you're ready to start.
Yes, I'm ready.
Timer has started.
Good evening to respected EBTO members, plenary members, LCRs, subco members, and my fellow candidates. I am Sunanda Banerjee, currently serving as the NORI REA Assist. Today, I am honored to present to you my candidature for National Officer on Research Exchange. Next slide, please. So my journey in MSCI has always been with SCORI, from being the LORI and now the REA Assist. I have also been a SCORI delegate to APRM Philippines last year, and presently also a trainer for Voyage 2.0, and also a current outgoing to Romania. Next slide, please. Moving on to my plan of action, starting with the outgoings and exchange calls, I would like to mitigate solutions for the NMC situation at hand, along with SCOPE and BPX, and ensure timely management of the exchange calls along with the BPS exchange evaluation trainings. For internal administration, I would focus on electing national assists and the LORIs along with the NORI. Next slide, please. For REAs, I would like to focus on the old activities as well as certain new activities. So, old activities, for instance, AIRPC, NRC, and open access, and new activities like webinars on case reports and series, and literature review, also the introduction of journal clubs and research symposium, and also collaborative events with the other standing committees like bioethics and SCOPE. Moving on to the academic quality of exchanges, I would like to establish external partnerships along with the research institutions, and also the introduction of Neo-NORI and Leo-LORI weekends. Next slide, please. Moving on to the international collaborations, I would like to establish partnerships with index journals and researchers, and also establish more SCORI IT collaborations. Moving on to promotions and external representation, I would like to introduce an exclusive exchange-based magazine in MSCI. Next slide, please. For EBTO coordination, I would like to maintain a proper streamlined channel of communication with all the members of the EBTO, including the president, the VPF, and establishing a travel allowance for the outgoings along with the VPF, and also discussing various research-based policy documents with the VPE and the VPX, and further establishing various collaborative events with committees like the standing committees and bioethics and AMR. Next slide. So this ends my presentation for my candidature. So I hope we can exchange the world as part of this exchange team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sunanda, for the presentation. The floor is now open for questions. Thank you in the house. Raise the hands now. We have Adarsh, we have Prachi, and we have Soham in that order.
Given that you come from the eastern region and the fact that till date there has been no active college in the particular region, what will be the strategy devised by you to ensure at least one college gets activated after the NMC issue is mitigated?
Leo-LORI and Neo-NORI idea is very new to MSCI India. How can you make it financially sustainable in our organization?
Thank you. Soham?
How do you tend to enhance the quality of the MSCI exchanges induction?
Thank you for the questions. Sunanda, your time to answer. That's now.
Thank you for all your questions, respected EBTO members. I'll try my best to answer them. So starting with Adarsh's question about activation of colleges in the eastern region. So currently the current exchange officials are in talks with NMC and are in the situation of establishing one specific college, activation of one specific college in the eastern region, that being AIMS Bhubaneswar. And further, if I would like to conduct more of induction sessions in the various colleges in the East in collaboration with the capacity building teams along with the LOCPs and the RDs. And further, I would also like to incorporate various research educational activities among the Eastern region so that the concept of exchanges, the concept of research exchanges are being promoted in the Eastern region. Moving on to Prachi's question, thank you Prachi, about the Leo-LORI and Neo-NORI weekend. So Leo-LORI, Neo-NORI weekend, I understand it is a very new concept in MSCI currently. In various countries, it is being held online as well as offline. So for starters, if I am selected as the Nori, I would like to conduct it on an online capacity so that it does not cause any financial constraints on the organization, as well as does not decrease the participation of the Leos and the Loris and the Neos and the Noris in the CV building workshops currently. The last question, thank you so much for your question, about enhancing exchanges induction sessions. As I mentioned during others' question, that we can conduct various research educational activities along with the induction sessions and promote those research educational activities, especially in the eastern region where the colleges are not activated at all, and also collaborate with the capacity building committees, with the RDAs, with the LOCPs, and further promote the concept of research exchanges in these areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samantha, for the candidate presentation. I would request Manan to bring in the next candidate, John. Here would request the members to please there will be no crosstalk. And the presentation has been going on. Can you move laptop screen a bit back for the camera? Okay, good. Can you take a sentence so we can confirm that you're audible?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Janvi, you're audible. Let us know when you're ready. We'll start the presentation. But sadly, the Plenary team is not. You have to wait while the presentation goes. Since it was asked by the subco last time, the chair would like to officially announce that there was a technical break. Still a moderated conference, you cannot leave your seat. The announcement was required, it has been. Chair would like the BPF not use 100% of his space and be returned back to the table. Return back to the table. The chair cannot send you subco and has not.
Yes. I think our 30 minutes and the very team has been explained the difference between point of improvement and point of
So it was explained yesterday during the first presentation, not yesterday, day before yesterday technically. The point of information is basically a question. The point of order is also a question, but directly to the plenary team. In case the plenary team has made a mistake, or if the member thinks that the plenary team has made a mistake, it's sort of to point out to the plenary team that something has been skipped. That as a point of information can also be just a question. So in this case, it was used correctly. The Plenary team is almost ready. So please everyone be back, will be present with 100% of your attention on the presentation. Their request for BPS to the president is not crossed off. The BPF not to be involved in BPF. While it recognizes the geographical block situation of the BPF, the chair will not tolerate this. The presentation is ready. Janvi, are you ready?
Yes.
Janvi, your timer has started.
Good evening to one and all present here. I am Jahanvi Singh, currently serving as the NORI PRC assist for this term, and I am honored to be given the opportunity to present my candidature for National Officer on Research Exchange. My journey in SCORI began in 2022 as a part of the local committee for hosting incomings from July to November 2022. Being a part of the SCORI family has provided me with an opportunity to enhance my knowledge about exchanges and research, as well as develop my soft skills. I was welcomed into the SCORI family with hearts full of blue love, and it has contributed to my growth personally as well as professionally. This term, if given the opportunity, I would like to focus on the following agendas. Firstly, incomings in academic quality and exchanges. I would like to capacitate the LORIs for activation and reactivation of colleges with a special focus on central institutes such as AIMS, JIPMER, and PGI. I would also like to focus on timely distribution of incomings with focus on proper accommodation with respect to the NMC guidelines. Conduct pre-exchanges training for the tutors as well as the local exchange team. Secondly, internal administration. I would focus on selection of the national team as well as the local officers, conduct induction sessions and monthly OLMs to enhance bonding between the national team as well as the local officers. External representation. I would like to organize inter-NMO collaborations in the form of training sessions, workshops, and paper presentation competitions, and would like to host a regional research camp in collaboration with SCORI REAT. Under capacity building, I would like to encourage participation in NGA, NWM, and promote participation in PRET, TNET, TNRT, and national and international meetings. I would also like to increase the number of SCORI active colleges in collaboration with RDs and PTCs. Next slide. Under REAs, I would like to focus on DAP activity on responsible research and innovation, research poster and paper presentation competition. Along with DPRC, I would like to promote REAs via Instagram in the form of infographics on posts as well as stories, distribution of merch at AM, MM, APRM, NGA, and NWM, sharing of testimonials as posts and reels for outgoings, incomings, and tutors and contact persons. And lastly, under EBTO collaborations, I would like to organize collaborative events with mutual interests and agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Janvi, for the presentation. The floor is now open for any questions. If questions are housed, raise their hands. We have Prasuti, Anaga, and Janet in that. Prasuti, you can.
In view of the NMC guidelines, how do you plan to continue exchanges in your
Prasuti, Anaga.
Thank you for your presentation, Daniel. How will you enhance the promotion of REAs different this year?
Thank you, Anaga.
Thank you for your presentation. What lacunae do you currently identify in the NRC structure, and how will you improve that in ensuring the academic quality of the upcoming national research camps?
Thank you. Janvi, your time to answer starts now.
So I would like to answer the questions in the way order. So thank you for your questions. In accordance to the NMC issue, we have been working along with the other exchange officials have been working and going to NMC offline and on ground to look for a solution. And in my college, we have done all the proceedings as the NMC had asked. So we would like to try a different approach, and we work with the officials from previous term as well as the next term, and try to figure out and try to activate central institutes like AIMS, JIPMER, and PGI, so that this issue can be tackled. Second question about REAs, what will I do differently? So I would like to introduce infographics in the form of reels, so that because most of the people, masses are more attracted towards reels than posts. And I would also introduce interactive stories like we have been doing right now also, because they are boosts of confidence. So that because as and when we answer and we just gain confidence in our knowledge and we learn more about and regarding Janel's question, I would like to work with SCORI RAAP and design a regional research camp, and so that we can carry forward, like we can introduce something new and try to enhance SCORI's representation in MSCI.
Thank you for the presentation. Janel, please send the question to Plenary. I would request Manan to bring in the next candidate, Steve Saliver. When you say sentence, you check the mic.
Am I audible?
On online control.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. The camera is okay. Let us know when you're ready. Please start. Camera start.
Good evening, everyone. I, Shri Dhalwal, hereby present my candidature for the National Officer on Research Exchanges. Reflecting on my journey in MSCI, as a Lori, I submitted 6 projects for the SCORI research database and I organized 20 tabs. As a Noori, I participated in NWM Sikkim and I attended NRC Surat. I also participated in the pre-GA and the GA of 72nd IFMS General Assembly. I was also a part of SCORI sessions team for the 73rd IFMS General Assembly. I graduated my TNET and I have 37 training hours. I'm a part of 4 SWGs, the Policy SWG on Bioethics in Times of War and International Conflicts for MSI India, the IFMSA SWG for Drafting Research Framework, the IFMSA SWG on Bioethics in Research, and IFMSA SWG on updating the Trainers Resource Center. I updated for TNET and TNRT. So therefore, feeling a little dreamy, I present you my journey, my passion, my dedication, and my motivation to become the next Nori. Talking of reactivation on exchanges, I would want to create agreements for incomings following NNC guidelines, and for outgoings with the advice of SCORI-D, SCORI-GAs, and the VPX. I would like to focus on central institutes for incomings and offer them opportunity incentives. I would talk with the institutional administration and link it with the research epicenters. We would focus on Lori training and college activation. Talking of the research activities, we plan to organize a CB weekend, the Dark Blue weekend, when all workshops related to research and exchanges are presented and discussed. We would do it with the help of VPCB, RDs, the RDAs, and CRs. We would want to have a SCORI research club, which would meet every fortnight. And we would have an activity named SCORI Reimagine to reimagine open science as a health equity for all. We would also like to have activities such as Start Your Research and Realization of Research Awareness Camp. We would also like to have a DAF activity in bioscience. And we would also like to establish alumni network on SCORI, which would help SCORI in future. We would intend to promote the image of SCORI exchanges internationally. We intend to prepare an exchange booklet, an exchange newsletter, and an exchange cafe in collaboration with SCORI. We would have extensive PDDs with manual with the help of our NEO and VPX, and we would try to sign unilateral contracts in gap for gap exchanges in AM. Talking of the video collaborations, we would make sure that the president remains informed of all the SCORI initiatives and especially the SCORI exchanges. We would have effective communication channels.
The floor is now open for any questions and such. Raise the hands now. Dia, Adarsh, and Akash in that order.
Thank you, Shri, for the wonderful presentation. So we have had a lot of policy documents for all standing committees, but we have not had any from SCORI in the past any of the terms actually. So do you have any plans for that? How do you plan to implement it next term?
How do you plan to ensure financial sustainability while hosting incomings and ensuring that the budget allocated is not overreached or crossed?
In your candidature, you have mentioned about exchanges booklet, exchange cafe, and exchange newsletter. Ms. Kopi, can you elaborate more on this?
Thank you. The time to answer, that's now.
So talking about the PDs for SCORI, I'm currently working on an IFMSA policy document, and we intend to link the policy document with that we have for MSI India, like we are working on it, and will be voted upon in this NJ, that is bioethics in times of war. So we would want to inculcate that in the IFMSA document as a part of its reference, so that it also acts as an advocacy for our policy document. And talking on financial sustainability, it is a topic which is of great importance, and this has to be discussed with all our contact persons and our leaders and lories before the exchanges start, so that they know that this amount of fund has been set aside for this particular task and they do not exceed the limit. And in case they do, we would have to intervene in it while the half of the budget is gone. So that could be, focusing on the exchange newsletter, exchange cafe, with that, we would here have accounts of the various incomings that we have already hosted. And we would also have a newsletter being that what are the exchange conditions. If we have updated any exchange conditions, we would mention it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri, for the candidate presentation. Can Mala please bring in the next candidate? That is Sarithia. I'm sorry, they are correct in that. Manan, not next, what was so funny? And it was only difference of one letter. The chair has a lot of things on his mind right now. Which this slip of tongue has occurred. And the chair has apologized. The chair believes. Is there a motion?
I would suggest the chair.
Point of order,
point of information. I would suggest the chair should relax and co-chair should take care.
While the plenary team recognizes that the vice chair is very in demand by the present on the call and on the ground, the plenary team has a way of doing things, and plenary will continue to do such things, irrespective of what he will do. As long as it is within the IMSI guideline. Yes.
On the system, the chair think that vice chair is not capable of.
The chair would like to answer that question with another question. Does the DPRC feel the need to increase the work of the minute takers by asking such questions? I believe that is the end of that.
Point of information.
I don't know if you believe it.
No, I will reply of our chair. I completely have in the chair and we can continue with the chair.
So does that mean that before this, I did not have the confidence of Akash in particular? The chair would like to once again announce that this is a 2-minute technical break for the requirement of the subject.
Can we know the when is the dinner break?
Yes, the DPRC will be informed once the chair has been. The chair will be informed once the pen is here. So once that is done, the DPRC will be informed. So Haripriya, can you check the mic? Can you see a sentence?
Can any of the members present online please confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Audible.
Okay, the camera is okay. Let us know when you're ready. We start the camera start.
Dearest EBTO, Supervisory Council, the LCRs, the plenary, and the members present, it is with great pleasure and gratitude that I, Haripriya, an intern at Amritsar Medical College, Gujarat, would like to present my candidature for the National Officer for Research Exchanges incoming for the term 2024-25. Next slide. The gratitude stems from the fact that the past 2 years in SCORI have been rewarding both professionally and personally and shaped me to this capacity of serving as the Nodi GA for this term. Next slide. To continue the steadfast commitment and enthusiasm, if elected, these would be my 8 focus areas for the team and the term. Next slide. Academic quality and capacity building at the core. I'd implement inter-regional exchanges and like to work upon reevaluating the active colleges contracts. Next slide. To collab is to strengthen. So I'd like to work with the EPTO to create more opportunities in that aspect and also with the AMR unit to aid the awareness regionally. Next slide. To efficiently evaluate the engagement of the committee all around the year, I'd also act upon translational research, pool analysis, REAs for the term, and also sustain the previous year activities. Promotion is the way of amplifying the work done by the team, which is not only limited to the opportunities available, but also the members' achievements, which would be implemented via the SCORI Achievements newsletters. As a committed leader, I'd increase member engagement by promoting SWGs, MMs, AMs, and any other incentives by the committee. For the incomings, I'll adapt the guidelines according to the NFC regulations. Also focusing on the external representation, I'll prioritize bi-monthly SCORI ID meets. In concluding, I'd like to implement all of the above in accordance with the IOGs and discharge my duties as an MSCI official, aligning with the IFMSA's vision, for which I'd hope and wish to receive your love and support to take research exchanges to greater heights.
Thank you, Haripriya, for the presentation. The chair would like to apologize for the internet. If the candidate would like, she can do the presentation again once we have a stable connection. Is that does she wish to do the same, or does she wish to continue with the questions?
I'd go with the questions.
Questions. The floor is now open for any questions. If there are any in the house, raise the hands now. We have Adarsh. Any other questions? Adarsh, you have been ready.
In your presentation, you mentioned something about interregional exchanges. What do you mean by that, and how do you plan to implement it?
Yeah, you can continue. The timer has started.
Okay. The interregion exchanges was basically stemmed from the idea that there are some colleges that have that don't have the research facilities as much as the other colleges. So, and if given the chance, they couldn't be applying for the exchange, like the outgoings, but they can apply it for a month in the regional college, and it could be more feasible financially as well. For which they can do a research exchange to the regional college if selected, and continue the exchange over there during a summer break if possible.
Thank you. Seeing as only one question was asked in the beginning, the chair once again opens floor for any question in the house. Any such, raise the hands now. Dia and Aboli have been recognized in that order. Dia, your question.
Thank you, Haripriya, for presentation. My question is regarding NRC, since it was conducted for the first time and new in structure. How do you plan to enhance its quality or lessons learned from this one to implement in the upcoming terms?
Thank you.
Since SCORI has come up with a lot of activities in this term and previous term, how do you plan to sustain those and to come up with new numbers?
Thank you. Just for the note of everyone involved, the timer was stopped. Once she stopped answering the question, it will be restarted again from that same point. So, Haripriya, your timer has restarted now.
To address Dr. Ria's question, I'd first like to open the call for the proposals for the NRC and select one based on the competence. And in accordance with the VPX and VPCB, I'd like to also increase the member engagement for the NRC. and also sustain it by collaborating with more external partners and also having some hands-on workshops along with the research campaign to address Dr. Aboli's question. Can you just repeat the question?
What all innovative ideas in terms of activities and sustainability?
Okay, so on sustaining the activities done in the previous term, I'd like to categorize the AIRTC presentations into posters and also the case presentations as well, and also the other activities as well. For the newer activities, I've mentioned it in the PPT about the translational research and also the pooled research analysis, if possible.
Thank you, Aridya, for the candidate presentation. With that, we come to the end of the presentation for Standing Committee National Officers. We will now move on to the presentation for Director for Public Relations and Communications. We have Mars. And the camera is okay. Can you speak a sentence?
Hello, am I audible?
A little louder.
Hello, am I audible?
Someone confirm?
Yes, you're audible.
Once you're ready, let us know. We start the time.
Yes, I'm ready. Greetings, EBTO members, plenary team, and the delegates. I am Maz Ahmed, and I am obliged to present my candidature for the Director of Public Relations and Communications for the term 2024-25. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. To begin with, I want to lay emphasis on my extensive experience in PRC. I have headed and guided PRC teams through more than 5 events and assisted various projects. Notably, I served as the PRC head for this NGA, overseeing the PRC work. Next slide, please. What makes me stand out is my background in capacity building. I have attended numerous workshops in this field, and I aim to integrate these skills into the PRC team and the organization if elected. Considering social media as the primary source of our outreach, I would like to mention that I have a very strong portfolio on social media with over 1 million impressions. My proficiency in various applications like Adobe After Effects, Adobe Photoshop, Google Suite, Canva, etc. further enhance my skills. Next slide, please. Moving on to my plan of action. Next slide, please. Projecting forward, if elected, I aim to center on creating an MSCI brand manual in alignment with the IFMSA PRC and branding manual. Next slide, please. Training programs and PRC workshops in collaboration with the VPCB to capacitate people, especially the Standing Committee PRC assists and the PRC team. Next slide, please. Additionally, I propose new initiatives such as monthly podcasts and quarterly newsletters with help from the standing committees to increase member engagement. I also aim to increase the reach as well as impression on social media by 25% in the period of 1 year. Next slide, please. I firmly believe in teamwork, effective communication, and fostering a positive working environment. These values will guide my interaction with my team and the other EBTO members. Next slide, please. My coordination with the EBTO will be based on prompt responses, accountability, and effective communication. Next slide, please. You can go. Next slide, please. And next slide. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present my candidature.
Thank you, Mars, for the presentation. The floor is now open for any questions. If there are, raise the hand. Shree, Arto, and Kapudi have been mentioned.
So you, first of all, thank you for your presentation. So you mentioned about introduction of the brand manual. Since that much amount of big changes coming, every publication has to go through the approval system, and you have to capacitate under EBTO and national team. How do you plan to implement it?
Why do you want to introduce a PRC workshop? Do you think an organization like us need a PRC workshop?
Then we have the next question.
As we are going solo with the website and PRC is the first point of contact for updating the website. Do you have any strategy in mind for this?
I'll start by answering Partho. I believe that PRC is an integral part of any organization, and us being a big organization with multiple standing committees, PRC work needs to be standardized and streamlined and having capacitated PRC assist in the standing committees as well as the general members will help us streamline the progress, standardize the PRC, and properly document it for future sustainability. Now moving on to Tashrif's question. The capacitation of the EBTO as well as everyone will be done through OLMs, and a small working group will be made for the framing of brand manual in line with the IFMSA PRC guidelines. And coming back to Aboli's question, I have plans to collaborate with the BPI for the website optimization and publish quarterly newsletters and monthly podcasts so that our social media engagement is increased. Thank you so much.
Thank you much for your candidate presentation. With that, we come to the end of the presentation of the team of issues. Now, at this point, this juncture, we have two options in front of us. The first one is we continue the TV presentations and take a long break after that, for including dinner as well. Or we take a short break, we then come back to the presentations and then have dinner after that. So it's with the EBT officials as to what they wish to do. If the chair had a 2-minute of unmoderated caucus, everyone can discuss and then get back to the chair as to what they want to do.
How much will be long break?
So if we take a break right now, it will be including dinner. So we probably extend to not 1 hour, let's say 30 to 40 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes to talk, 25 minutes to each, around 40 minutes. And then we come back to the EB presentations, then a short break and then voting. Or we finish the presentation right now, take a 40-minute break after that just for dinner, and then we come back to do voting.
Just information, what is the ETA of the before mentioned food?
10 to 15 minutes. So the unmoderated officer started 2 minutes to come to a final decision and let the plenary team. It's unmoderated, then we'll go around. Just the video cannot announce the break. That's the break. They cannot announce it. Once the decision has been made, please let the plenary team know. Okay. So, unmoderated caucus of 10 minutes. So before everyone leaves, can you please switch off the audio and video for the YouTube? then they should not be eating in the room. Or if the president is ready to can the student online please confirm that you are audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. The chair would now request everyone to please maintain decorum the back, starting with the presentations of the executive board. There will be no more cross talk moving forward. We start with the presentation of. We start with the roll call. So, President Dr. Soham Agarwal. Present. VP Dr. Raj Kumar. Present. VP Dr. Aboli Borse. Present. VP Dr. Radha Srivastava. Present. VP CP Dr. Abrash Mehta. Present. VP Dr. Anna Gauri. VP Dr. Prasadi Verma. Nora's Dr. Patu Saha. Present. Nora Manav Vasa. Present. VP Dr. Jayant Devani. Present. Absent. Not Maninanda. Present. Not Dr. Sanjay Nalagrima.
Present.
Nomi Dr. Tanya Gupta.
Present.
Nomi Dr. Ashna Garcia.
Present.
Neo Dr. Akash Dubey. Present. Neo Dr. Yash Singer.
Present.
Nori Dr. Kumar Abhishek. Absent. Nori Dr. Andra Muge. Andra is present as mentioned in the chat. RD North, Dr. D. Divyanshu. Present. RD South, Dr. Ramya Tanigala.
Present.
Thank you. RD East, Prachi Bansal.
Present.
RD West, Dr. Prachi Mehta.
Present.
EPRC, Dr. Mohammad Rashid KV, present. We move on to the LCR, LCR for the West Bengal region, Paulami Roy. Absent, LCR for the Bihar region, Ankana Das Gupta. Absent, LCR from Maharashtra, Tanmay Vivek Lavin.
Present.
LCR for Gujarat, Dev Desai. Absent, LCR for Karnataka, Shantika Kudwa. Absent, LCR for Tamil Nadu, Shruti Saravana. Absent, LCR for Delhi, Haryana, Chandigarh, Dhruv Goyal. Present. Thank you. LCR for Uttar Pradesh, Shefali Verma. Shefali indicated on chat that she is present. We have 25 present out of 32. Quorum is attained, and we will start with the candidate presentation.
We did not have attendance for the plenary team.
Okay, the plenary team attendance is here. Dr. Alex Shah, present. Dr. Yash Rathi, present. Dr. Visha Gandhi, Zainab Rao, minute taker, is absent. We have 3 out of 4. We can continue. We have the candidate presentation for the Vice President of Capacity Building. We have one candidature by Mr. Janju. The candidate approaches the podium. And switch on the camera of the podium laptop. Yes, the camera works. Can you please test the mic?
Okay, can anybody online confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Deepit, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm good to go.
The timer has started.
Greetings, everyone. I, Deepit Divyanshu, I am standing before you to present my candidature for the position of Vice President for Capacity Building for the term 2024 and 25. My journey in MSAI began as a general member with a keen interest in finding new ways to empower individuals with the necessary skills and knowledge to become better healthcare professionals, and it was not long before I became a CV enthusiast. Hence, my term as the VP-CV assist, following with my 2 terms as the RDA-CV for the Northern region, and leading up to this term of serving as the Regional Director for the Northern region. With the experience of helping VP-CV as an assist to do ground level work as an RDA, and then becoming a part of the TO and learning and leading a team as the Regional Director North, I understand the challenges and work avenues within the CV national and regional teams and will work on them. From being a part of the OC for NWM Dehradun to the SCOF Week SRT, from taking over 50 plus hours of workshops to being the TNT trainer for pre-APRM Thailand 2024, CV has taken me to places I never could have imagined. Learning about what happens in capacity building on a national and international level made me realize how we can evolve and grow as an NMO and the heights we can reach to serve our members. Next slide, please. As an EBTO member, I will strive to be responsive, responsible, and maintain a transparent communication channel with all the EBTO members. Next slide. My plan of action is based on coordination, transparency, and effective communication to create maximum capacity building opportunities for the organization. It will include, but won't be limited to, revamping the induction brochure to enhance member engagement, working on the CV strategy as part of the NMO strategy, working on a national trainer school and an alumni trainer school. Next slide, please. My work will have major focus on working on health camps, EBTO competency module, working on new PRC workshop, stringent quality assurance systems, and ensuring accountability at every step of the way. Next slide, please. With these dreams, aspirations, and plans, I stand at the cusp of a new time in MSAI and am dedicated to working towards achieving new horizons. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
For the presentation. Floor is now open for questions. If there are, raise the hands now. Adarsh, Neta, Soham, and Pomoli have been recognized in that order.
Thank you for your presentation, Deepit. My question to you is, over the past few years, we have seen decline in the member engagement in all 4 regions, and I think it's high time we take new measures to come up with a good strategy. We have been trying to do as many inductions as we can. We have been trying to appoint a very motivated regional team, but all these measures are not fulfilling the goal that we have right now. So apart from the measures that I have stated, what are some of the things that you would like to do in your term, if elected as VPCB, to ensure that we get back on track?
Okay, I thought Tom was going ahead for this question. I'm really sorry if that confused me. I thought the next person was going to state their question. I wasn't.
Yeah. Tom is stating the question.
So, like, as per the guidelines, the HCS should conduct activities under the guidance of the CBT. So, how do you think that you would be basically the CBT would be guiding the LCRs? Because in the past term, we have seen no CBT events conducted by the LCRs.
Considering two local workshops this year, we have NGA and NWM. How do you plan to create more opportunities for ICT?
Can you repeat your question once?
Considering we faced difficulty in implementing.
Bit louder, please.
Since we had difficulty this term in conducting local workshops and we have limited seats, limited opportunities at NGA and NWS for ICT certified papers, how do you plan to create more opportunities for them?
Okay.
Time to answer.
Okay, I'll take the question of Dr. Adarsh Neta first. Well, I have throughout my term as the regional director North noticed that we have been facing a declining member engagement in all the 4 regions, and I believe that using the induction brochure and inductions as a single way to increase the member engagement on all the regions will not be an effective way going forward. Unto that end, I plan on implementing things like health camps, local college level quizzes, workshops. I'll work with the regional directors to try and implement the same. I plan to work with the VPE to sign as many MOUs with colleges as possible, so that the process of conducting activities in those colleges and conducting quizzes and local level events and activities and local level academic stuff like local level opportunities like health camps becomes easier. And if we have more of this stuff going on, it will not only help boost the membership engagement, it will also create a positive impact in the longer run. Okay, now moving on to Dr. Shoham Agrawal's question regarding LCR's engagement in taking the inductions. I understand that the responsibility of capacitating the LCRs is the joint responsibility of the VPCB along with the VPI. And they both will have to work with all the respective regional directors. I believe that if the LCRs are capacitated properly, they can take up the responsibility to take the inductions and make sure that we have more ground level engagement while they're working towards that. So I plan on working with all the regional directors monthly, having regular OLMs with them to make sure that they take up the responsibility of capacitating the LCRs towards the skills and knowledge needed to make sure that they are able to take the inductions in the future. Now coming to Abuli's question regarding difficulties faced while conducting local workshops, I understand that just NGA and NWM might not provide opportunities to students from all over the nation, as transportation difficulties, logistical difficulties, and various other challenges might come in the way of them being able to participate in national general assemblies and national workshop meets. Unto that end, I plan on working with the regional directors and the RDA CVs of all the respective regions to ensure that we can have as many local workshops as possible. I plan to work with the VPE so that we can have MOU signed with colleges. That will help us having the colleges as places where we can have local workshops for the same. I also have plans in place to ensure that all these local workshops are financially sustainable, and these can be carried out in my term and the subsequent terms as well. That's been my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for the candidate presentation. Moving on to the next one, we take a standing note that Madhuri Kudji was not present, and then Rao will take the voice. Apart from that, if Paul is confirmed, if the red slide was shown at 2:30.
2:30, it was shown as 2:30, and after that 30 seconds are to be given.
We'll move on to the next candidate presentation. The Vice President of Activities, which we received no applications for. We move on to the Vice President exchanges. We have received one application from Dr. Antara Muge. Can Antara confirm if she can present right now?
Hello everybody, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, but if you have turned on the camera, we cannot see.
I would like to ask the plenary team and the EBP officials if it's okay that my camera remains switched off due to poor connectivity issues here.
Yeah, it's up to the presenter's preference. That's okay with us. Okay, if you're ready, let us know. We'll start the timer. The presentation is ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, the timer has started.
Respected plenary and my fellow EBT officials, I am Antara Moghi, an intern in JNMC. Like I've always stated, I started my journey here as a local officer, and I was unknowing of the unwavering love and the support that I'm going to find here. The love and the patience with which I was treated with here has shaped me into the individual that I am today. Apart from the gained knowledge, I made cherished memories and moments that will be etched into my heart forever. Today, I stand before you to apply for the esteemed position of Vice President of Exchanges in one of the largest medical students organizations in India. My agenda for the term will consist of the following focus areas. I would like to start with working on GoScon. I would go about this by establishing collaboration with the North to devise, implement, and present a comprehensive plan for hosting GoScon in the upcoming term. I would ensure seamless execution of GoScop 2024-25 by closely collaborating with the existing coordinator. I would develop a sustainable hosting strategy for incoming students in conjugation with the OC and the VPF and raise awareness among MSI members about the opportunities available through GoScop with other animals by coordinating with the DPRC and RD. Regarding Scora exchanges, I would utilize the insights gained by the past Scora exchange events and work closely with the NORA to craft, develop, and execute a plan for organizing the upcoming Scora exchanges within the designated timeframe. I would collaborate with the Scora IT and the NORA to integrate IFMSA certified trainers into this whole program. I would collaborate with the OC and the DPF to formulate a sustainable hosting strategy and partner with the DPRC and RDs to raise awareness among the MSCI members for the same. I would force partnerships with the VPE and NOTAs to establish strategic alliances and secure sponsors from external entities and enrich the experience of the incoming students by same. I would work on schools with the NOMI to implement and approve the proposal from SCOMI IT by formulating a sustainable strategy with the OC and the VPF to accommodate incoming students. I would maintain very clear communication with the NOMI and other relevant stakeholders and facilitate capacity building initiatives for MSCI members by participating in external sessions and IFMSC workshops. Regarding GAP and PHES, I would collaborate with the NOSIs and the NPOs to identify, formulate, and present a GAP project proposal to the IFMBC Scori Supervising Board and SCOV for exchanges and secure a GAP project contract in AM 2020.
That's all the time we have today. Thank you for the presentation. The floor is now open for any questions. If there are, raise the hands now. We have Prastuti, Adarsh, and so on who have been recognized. Prastuti, please come. Adarsh,
you have mentioned about introducing SCOMI schools in collaboration with the NOMIs. So given that it's a very new concept, especially for the fact that it is still not being implemented in our NMO, how do you plan to go about it? What are the challenges you think would be there, and how would you ensure the financial sustainability of the same?
Thank you, Adarsh. Andhra, please confirm if you have heard the question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So, what did you go ahead?
Thank you, Antara. As a VPA, so basically, in IFMSS space, we don't sign unilateral contracts under the school. So,
I'm so sorry to break your flow. I'm not able to hear you properly. Could you please repeat?
Thank you, Antara. So, will you please speak a little louder?
Antara, can you confirm if I'm audible?
Not very. I'm sorry.
Yeah, President can approach the mic if required. President has received the mic.
Is it audible now?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you for your presentation. So basically in IFMSA space, how would you make sure that we are signing more and more contracts, not only unilateral, but we are also mitigating the situation of signing bilateral contracts?
Thank you, sir. Andra, can you confirm your first question?
Yes, thank you.
Rasubi, would you like to go ahead?
Hi, Amritsar. Thank you for your presentation. My question to you is, you in your candidature, you mentioned about initiating the GAP projects. As so far, India has not been recognized as GAP active. MSI has not been recognized as GAP active anymore. How do you plan to execute and implement in your term?
Thank you, Prasad. Andra, can you confirm your heard the question?
So could you please repeat the question on the mic? I'm so sorry. It's very barely audible.
Yeah, it's okay.
Hello. Hi, Andra. Thank you for your presentation. Am I audible to you now?
Yes, thank you so much.
My question to you was, in your presentation, you have mentioned about GAP projects. Since MSCI has not been recognized by IFMSA as a GAP active anymore so far, what is your strategy to actually execute and implement this in your term?
Andra, can you confirm now?
Yes.
Andra, your time to answer starts now.
Okay. Thank you for your question, guys. I would first start with answering Prasadi's question. So for GAP projects, I realized that while talking to the professors, some global action projects, they are very well received by the professors of our college and as so well as the dean. So by introducing such a concept, we can actually enhance the incoming flow, and we can possibly find a way to attract the students from all over the world into this. And hence, I would like to coordinate with the SCORI and the SCORI DA at the IT and make sure that everything goes seamless. I would like to take Soham's first question next. So yes, we would really work on signing both unilateral and bilateral contracts this term. For bilateral contracts, we have a strategy that we are very close to implementing. We have a working plans for the same, and once it's all into the teams, we would be able to disclose it properly. Other than that, we would. I'm very thankful to the current NOs and the EB officials who have worked tremendously into activating and very closely reaching to activation of AIMS Bhubaneswar. And I would like to focus my efforts into doing the same for other independent institutions like JIPMER. Taking this question next. SCOMI schools is again a very raw idea, and something like that coming from MSCI would be very well appreciated even at the IT level. And I would just go ahead with the NOMI and work out a strategic plan to submit it to the IT as a proposal. That's it.
Andra, for the candidate presentation. With that, we move on to the next position, that is the Vice President Finances. Rashi Bansal, can you approach the podium? And you check the camera and the mic.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Perfect. Rashi, let us know when you're ready. Let's start the presentation.
I'm ready.
The timer has started.
A very good evening to one and all present here. I am Prachi Bansal and I am going to present my candidature for Vice President for Finances. Next slide, please. My strengths include reliability and a proactive approach to challenges. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are my experiences in MSCI, notably aiding the VPF in 3 fundraisers. Next slide, please. My plan of action is divided into 8 sections. So I would go on to each section one by one. The first is General Administration and Internal Affairs. wherein I'll work alongside BPF to sustain smooth registration system, ensure implementation and adherence to financial guidelines. Next, we have financial transparency, wherein I'll make sure we regularly prepare and report financial reports. Next is financial sustainability, where I'll set realistic targets, monitor income and expenses regularly, ensure reliability of existing income sources, and diversify the fund resources by exploring alternate sources of income. Work alongside Vice President of External Affairs to get all year-round sponsors and make sure all events are sustainable. The fourth section is financial management plan. Next slide, please. Formulate the annual financial plan and review it at midterm and develop a new financial report format. Next slide, please. With respect to fundraising and sponsorship, I'll be developing a database of past and potential sponsors alongside the VPE, and I'll also work alongside the VPI for alumni engagement. I'll be setting up an online merchandise store during national events in collaboration with the DPRC. Next slide, please. With respect to exchanges, I'll ensure timely reimbursement and continued coordination with the exchanges team. Next slide, please. With respect to capacity building, I'll update the inventory for MSI banners, standing committee and units logistical resources, and I'll ensure adequate financial aid to MSI representatives. Next slide, please. Key budget allocation for platforms maintenance, for activity-based exchanges, local workshops, national activities, campaigns, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Prachi, for the presentation. The floor is now open for questions. If there are any, raise the hands now. We have Soham, Aboli, and Akash.
Thank you, Prachi. So my question is, what financial opportunities are you going to provide to the general members of the organization?
How would you ensure financial sustainability, especially on events like NGO?
Hi, Prachi. How would you ensure financial sustainability in MSI, especially on on-ground events like NGA, NRC, and NWMs?
Prachi, I wanted to ask, there has been a significant lag in making difference for the exchange students. So how will you manage that? And also, like, how will you improve the communication guidelines? Because we as the national officers face a lot of comments from the people who have been issued refund, but they don't get one.
Thank you, Akash. Prachi, are you ready with the answer? The timer has started.
With respect to Soham sir's question, I would like to work alongside the Vice President of External Affairs and try getting grants, scholarships, which could be better opportunities for the general members, and general members who are not financially in a good position could be provided aid, and there could be separate allocation of such funds in the financial budget plan, which I am supposed to make within 30 days of the beginning of my term, as mentioned in the financial guidelines. With respect to the second question, which is about financial sustainability of national events. So as far as my experience goes as the organizing committee chairperson of NWM Sikkim, I noticed that small things could make big difference, like getting projectors and screens from college, or collaborating with local businesses for sponsorships, or having the socials and accommodation venue as the same so that to not pay for transportation. So small, if you talk about financial sustainability in small things, micro things, then it could collectively make a bigger difference and make the whole event financially sustainable. With respect to the third question, I'll be honest, I do not have adequate, my knowledge is very limited with respect to that because I'm not aware of the income and expenses of the exchange program. So I would refrain from commenting on it. And with respect to the communication, communication strictly should be done with according to the communication guidelines, which is informed to the EBTO in the beginning of the term, and especially with respect to financial communication, I'll be sticking to the emails only because the information is very sensitive to be shared on other platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakash, for your candidate presentation. We now move on to the next position, that is Vice President for External Affairs. Then Sanika was very the laptops be back. Can you check the mic?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Sanika, let us know when you're ready to start.
I am ready.
Timer has started.
Hello everyone, I am Sanika and I'm honored to present my candidature for the Vice President of External Affairs. Next slide. I am a post-intern who's passionate about global health advocacy. Next slide. My journey with MSAI spans 3 terms across various teams, including DPRC, SCORA, External Affairs, and now I'm also a part of the SCORA International team as a PRC lead. Next slide. Through these experiences and different session teams that I have been a part of, I've gained a deep understanding of our organization and its rules. Next slide. I've also had the privilege of representing MSAI and IFMSA in different delegations and SWGs, including the recent CPD 57. Next slide. Throughout the term, I aim to drive forward the strategic partnerships and the advocacy efforts done during the current term to strengthen MSAI's influence and contribute to positive change. Next slide. Now about my plan of action for this term. It's all about creating an impact. And here's what that stands for. I for IFMSA. I plan to work alongside the President for inter-NMO collaboration and undertake initiatives to boost external representation. Next slide. Maintaining and updating the external database, exploring new collaboration opportunities and fostering connections for educational opportunities. Next slide. Along with the policy document proposals for the next term, I aim to follow up on initiatives of the NGA 24 policies, draft press releases, and work on the EA newsletter. Next slide. Executing AMR campaigns and engaging in on-ground initiatives. Next slide. Developing a global health advocacy manual, delivering competency modules, and promoting WHO months and other related workshops. Next slide. Teamwork makes dream work. It's all about maintaining a positive team dynamic and collaborating effectively with the EBTO. Next slide. What I bring to the table uniquely are the following initiatives. First, a delegate manual to prepare for the MSI delegations, establishing relations with the UN country offices, and securing delegation spots for the National Academic Organization and conferences. Next slide. As you can see, I would be working with the EBTO in multiple capacities and would leave no stone unturned to achieve great heights. Next slide. In the end, I'd like to leave you with my favorite quote. There's no lemon so sour enough that you can't make anything resembling a lemonade. And that's what the outlook I refuse to part with during this term. I look forward to working with you and make a lasting impact. Let's make a difference together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanika, for the presentation. The floor is now open for questions. If there are any, raise the hand now. Tia has been recognized, Shubham has been recognized, and Madhu has been recognized.
Thank you, Sanika, for a beautiful presentation. My question is, we have been collaborating with WHO on AMR. How do you plan to expand that beyond AMR? And how do you also plan to establish UN relations?
Thank you, Sanika. So, since you do the current IFMSA student PRC and like if elected as the VP, in the beginning of the term, there is a huge workload on the VP. So, how do you tend to manage both the work simultaneously until the time your term for SCORA PRCS in IFMSA is completed? So,
thank you, Sanika. You have mentioned engaging with major health governing bodies, including UN as well as WHO India, as well as MOH approved in your POA. What is your plan of action with respect to the WHO Youth Delegate Program, and if you have any plans for it?
Thank you for the question. Sanika, your time to answer. That's now.
First, answering Ria's question. Collaboration with WHO India for AMR has been quite successful, and it would serve as an amazing proof of work if presented forward for doing more collaborations with WHO and other UN organization country offices, as well as using the existing documents such as the external affairs brochure and other documents that would be developed in this term for further creating an impact for doing this collaboration. Along with that, in this current term, the VPA has already initiated contact for WHO and other UN country offices, and that would be my first priority on initiating my term. In the first quarter, I would be picking up from those initiated contacts and building on those. Answering Madhu's question next, on similar lines, since our relation has our collaboration has been initiated with WHO already, we have some sort of contact with them, and building on those would be easier. I am sorry, I am not aware of the WHO delegate program completely, so I wouldn't comment on it right now. But in my term, I would like to it's a nice opportunity which I would like to capitalize on in this term. And answering Soham's question next about my IFMSA PRC term, as well as my managing my MSAI VP term. Firstly, there have been many successful examples in front of me from the current and the previous EBDO who have managed both these terms successfully. So I would like to get inspiration from those. Also, prioritization and to-do lists would be my way to go for this term. And since my PRC term is towards the end, there has been a steady workflow, and the workflow has been streamlined throughout the term, and so that gives me time to dedicate myself more to the VPE tasks at the start of this term. I hope I answered all your questions.
Thank you, Kanika, for the validation presentation. We now move on to the next position. That is the Vice President for Internal Affairs. One supplement is online and two are on ground. What is
I wanted to say
One is the break, not right. We move on to Vice President of Internal Affairs. We have two candidates, Sana Mahajan and Himani Sanjay Kumar Nanda, are both present on ground.
Present.
So I would request Manan to escort Himani to the common room and Sana to approach the room. Kindly wait for a second while we set up the presentation. But then you can check your camera and mic. Can you speak a sentence?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Let us know when you're ready. We start the presentation. The timer has started.
Beloved MSCI EPTO, SAPCO, Plenary, LCR, very warm regards. I am Dr. Sana Mahajan, a recent graduate from Government Medical College Jammu, standing in front of you proudly presenting my candidature for Vice President Internal Affairs for the year 24-25. Next slide, please. My MSA and IFMSA journey began back in 2020 from an online induction ceremony. The facets of this great organization bewitched me, and with that, I made a mental note to myself to channelize all my skills and engage actively. The 4 years younger me today would be extremely proud as I stand here with 2 EB terms, 2 EB assist terms, 2 unit terms. Next slide, please. Chair of COCC, that is Code of Conduct Committee at IFMSA, a graduation in SCORA from APRM Malaysia, and a part of both national and international delegation. Next slide, please. Plan of actions, please proceed to the next slide. My vision is very simple. Accountability enables responsibility. Next slide. My plan of action includes honoring the present BPI's term in very high regards and building on the same hierarchy. I intend to devote my time and excel in the general responsibilities that are laid down on this role according to the bylaws. Next slide, please. My focus areas include the following. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As for the newer initiatives, next slide. As for the newer initiatives, we already received tickets in MSCI. Why not upgrade it to a passport, which digitalizes the database and simultaneously acts as a CV, which enhances uniformity, recognition of milestones, and encourage membership engagement. I would also like to develop a leadership summit in a form of competency module talking about ridges to hills by the MSCI alumni and the leaders of the future. Next slide, please. April is dedicated for Sexual Assault and Awareness Month, and I would definitely would like to do something during that month. Also, to strengthen the ASH committee, I would like to deliver a proficiency module with my strength as being a SCORA graduate and proficiency module for my elected members and enhance visibility of the committee in both national and international meetings. I also plan to include and amplify the reforms that are in the Code of Conduct Committee. Thank you so much. That's my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. The floor is now open. If there are any questions, raise the hands now. Puri, Sohan, and Adarsh Srivastava have been recognized with that one. Puri.
With implementation of Personal Data Protection Act this year, how are you planning to formulate a framework on data protection and minimize the overly excessive data that we have?
Thank you, Sana. The presentation you mentioned about converting membership ticket into membership passport. So, how do you want to make sure that details in the membership ticket remains confidential and the inclusivity of the membership ticket is maintained and is not misused?
Thank you so much.
My question is very similar to Sohan's questions. Given that the UPI is already loaded with a lot of work related to the internal management and having some role or the other related with every other EB position or BPO position, how would you ensure that in case a passport thing is introduced, how would you ensure that those documents are updated regularly, given that even a mention of single activity or anything that they do in MSCI makes a lot of difference? So how would you ensure that is done with already heavy workload of here?
Thank you so much for the question. Can I answer
Thank you for the question. You're trying to answer with that.
Okay. First of all, addressing the question on data protection, I understand that data protection is an essential aspect of the VPI in terms. I also believe that data protection is not just a sole responsibility of the VPI, though it is that is a very important responsibility. But then we have these contracts, confidential contracts, where we try to maintain the database confidentiality with the other members. Number two, data protection can also be maintained in the fact that I'm extremely sorry. I'm literally having a blackout. I would like to oversee the coordination and the development of the database with the other EBTO members and seek information from the members.
I have absolutely no shame in accepting that I am not 100% aware of the details of the
Arish is doing them.